live.
Squid Game.
Yeah. And we're live here at the Boardwalk Mall and Casino in Kabunga. Yo, that one didn't roll off the tongue. So, afternoon everyone.
Welcome to the ACT1 in Kabega. We have an amazing match between Johan Geldernees and Graham Fulby. It's going to be an amazing match to watch.
Indeed, yeah, ACT1, this is the first of the ACT events. There's a couple of them across the year. We're really pleased to have such a great show out. There's so many great players that attended, so many people who've been overseas, have been on stage. The pool and talent here is great, especially you.
Yeah, and I mean tomorrow we have our World Youth Qualifier, so yeah, it's going to be a packed house.
That's very exciting. So yeah, we're going to go through to the...
Come on, 40. Come on, Phil.
Darts, yeah.
And he does. Beautiful. See, stacked on top there. Oh, beautiful. You could hear it.
Oh, beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. Great timing. Leaving himself a. Oh, I thought it was a. I thought it was a 140. Would have left in 32.
Oh, Johan's hitting back.
Oh, nice. 120.
180.
Beautiful timing.
Lovely time to hit the 180.
That's when you're never really ahead. Unless you're 180 ahead, you're not ahead.
Yeah, a 180 can change the game immediately.
How's it there? He's
Mr.
got a
Phil-
2 dot combination here for the bull. Too good. Too good, Mr. Fulby.
Finding the needed treble here. What a close.
My maths is so bad that I didn't know if that was the right double. I take a little bit longer to calculate than.
Yeah, but
than
I
these guys.
mean, players like Mr. Fulby always have a few tricks up his sleeve. I mean, he knows the combinations.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing. I mean, we get that opportunity as well with Devin's new venture, the dartboard maths. One can also be as great at combinations as Mr. Fulby just showed there on the board.
It really is a clever marriage of two things, darts and maths, because the calculations you have to do are quick calculations, and they triples and doubles and singles. It's quite a.
And you need to be confident on your calculations there on the board because it's high intensity calculations. If you make a mistake, and I mean even the professionals make mistakes on the main stage, you must be confident in your calculations. If you're not, you can slip up and bust your score or don't close the game.
It's definitely one of those skill sets you can practice outside of your gameplay.
Yes.
Is your maths. I mean, if that's good, that's one less thing to worry about.
Yes, then your game just steps up a little bit more. Because there's a few players I've seen that closes a few matches off or don't close it as the professional does. But it's that player's way of closing a game.
Yes, as long as it's a muscle memory combination.
Yes.
Because your brain's not thinking about it, you're just looking at the pattern and going, I need to hit the trip 18, double 20, or whatever it is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Mr. Fulby fighting the treble again. And the
Great
second one.
placements of those darts. Really, really beautiful. Stunning. Good grouping. Regardless.
That's a great
When
grouping.
those first darts go in the corner there, you feel like you've got the whole triple still available to you.
It's available, and I mean I've seen Mr. Fulby pumping a 180 into the corner of a treble 20.
Stunning 140 answer. These players are going pound for pound at the moment, which is we love to see. It's the best kind of game to watch.
It's an amazing game we currently have here between the two players.
International quality, and this is what the players are striving for: is Modus and World Cup and World Championships, all the different opportunities. So these averages, is something that we strive to put on the board because that's what we're going to need to do to compete there. So we want our players to produce that locally.
Produce the 80 plus averages. I mean, even today you need actually a 90 plus average to get your tour card in the PDC currently. I mean, Devin played there and he unfortunately didn't make it, but I mean he played well when he was at a Q school of the PDC. But the caliber of players you get at the PDC Q school, you need to average at least 92
and
consistently.
I think the darts boom is coming. I think there's so many people lately who are asking me about darts who knew nothing about it. What's on the TV these days, what's happening in the PDC is getting more and more coverage. And it's just fantastic to see what's coming out.
What a close for Johan on that. We currently have a really
so hold the throw.
Hold the throw, a tight game. Let Mr. Fulby see if he can hold his throw. I have all the confidence in him. So yeah,
Stunning.
it's just a 60, but it's a consistent 60. If you can keep that 60 in your back pocket, big him. A little bit low on that second dart.
But
great,
beautifully.
great recovery.
I'm a very big fan of the 17s myself. It's been long since I've thrown for the 19s.
just you find a better math route with the 17s. And
Yeah,
again, it's a math thing. I found comfort there. And it leaves you a lot of 4s and 1s when you think about what you're scoring. And it
Yes.
allows you to hit 100 and then leave a number when you get to the 200 side.
exactly.
So, yeah, 19s are great, and they are going to give you a little bit more score, but it's a bit harder on the math side. You need to
Yeah, you
learn
have
that.
to you have to have your maths on top of it to get it there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Congrats.
No, the 17s are a great route. It's a little bit of unusual route to follow the 17s, but the 17s also give you great opportunities at doubles.
And it teaches you different route. Like you learn the different route, and then at some point in your life you go to another routes and options, and
Yes.
you learn that. So it's all part of your repertoire in the end of what you know how to do.
Yes, and I mean all these darts players have different ways of closing on how they feel the day. I mean, if Johan has his own rituals closing, I mean Mr. Philby has his own rituals closing, so we can't really see why you don't use the 17s. I mean, the 15s is also a great route to go,
It is.
especially if you're on 85.
Okay, Graham left himself see a bit of a counting anomaly there on 165, meaning if Johan throws a good score, yeah, which he does, he leaves himself a closable before
A
Johan.
better close.
Before Graham. So
Oh,
Graham just needs to lay it up nicely now, which he is doing a great job of. He takes a step back, composes himself. There's always a question. I know Wayne Mardle always says it when he's commentating, like, don't break your consistency.
don't break your rhythm.
Because you
I mean,
know what you're doing.
yes, I mean you don't want to break that feeling you have. I mean, I personally feel when I step back and I come back, it's not the same feeling. So
Sure. And you might hit it sometimes, that's fair, but it's not going to be as good as your natural.
your natural throw,
And
yeah.
it's a confidence thing as well. You want to prove that confidence.
Yes, I mean if you're not confident in your natural throw, you put in a few tweaks and it doesn't work, and then the next time it works, and then you don't know what's your natural throw anymore.
Oh,
Great,
beautiful.
great close from Mr. Philby there.
And he took his time. It's okay on your first dart to take your time. Just let's
Yes.
correct that and say yes, by all means. But then once you throw the first one, it's a practice rhythm that you've done all your thousands of hours of practicing.
Yes.
So we sit on 3-all. It's exactly what we want out of a game like this. Oh,
Ooh,
unlucky bouncer.
unlucky bounce out.
And now it's an opportunity to throw 100 and get a bit ahead of the other player.
Yeah,
140 would be
phenomenal.
really welcome.
Yeah,
Oh,
unlucky first dart.
all on that last one. Yes.
Yes,
good
Mr.
job.
Philby composed himself on that last dart. And
That's all darts are so
Yeah.
throw one trip 20. The other two, yes, miss, hit, whatever. But if you throw one trip 20 around, that's a great start to
I
a
mean,
good
you are-
darts career.
Johan came back with a 140 now, and
Mm.
it's a great recovery after that 63 bounce out he had. So
Exactly, and he needs to stay ahead. It's his throw, hold the throw, and they're 3-all. So now these holder throws become really important.
yes, because it's the
Ooh.
longevity of the match. You don't want to give your opponent any more legs. You want to keep it as tight as possible to keep the nerves there for your opponent as well. So
And you're giving yourself a bit of grace if you miss a double or two.
Yes.
You want to know that you've got a leg or two up. That's what you're paying for with good throws, is giving yourself extra time.
you're
on those
paving
doubles.
you're paving your way to the win. I
But
mean,
nothing worse than a reverse sweep, though.
yeah,
5-1 ahead, and then the opponent wins.
it's a
it's
tough time.
oof.
And yeah, we have quality darts here.
I always get nervous with a 220 because you can hit a 60, but that 501 creeps in there.
Yes,
But he does a beautiful job of
135.
showing why he's on the stage.
Yes, why he went to the World Cup of Darts.
Exactly. That big match temperament and composure that you have in the big
Yes.
matches. Yep.
All the pressures, it's not phasing him.
Neither
I
of these
must-
players.
Mr. Philby also showing no chink in his armor currently.
Absolutely. Beautiful 137, leaving him 100. 1-2 close, if you will, if your hand doesn't give him the chance.
Yeah,
19's route. Great second dart.
Ooh,
That's
missing
an
the nine.
interesting route as well. I normally go the 45s myself, but
Yeah,
19s are
19s are
More
also a
practiced.
great option to move to.
mm,
But I see Mr. Philby closing.
this would be a breaker throw. It's a very important leg, this.
Yes,
Or you go double double.
I I hope he goes double double. He's going double double.
How's
And he
going
gets
down?
double double.
That's a beautiful dot.
Well done, Mr. Philby.
Stunning, stunning double double.
And also showing the respect to the player, asking forgiveness for that double double close, but in his heart he's like going bananas.
Absolutely. What a stunning game.
And now it's him to start the match. I mean, we 3-4 into it.
Meaning Graham's on the attack and Johan's on defense. So we'll see
Yeah.
how this next leg, very important leg, then again for Johan. Nice, neat 60. When you have a high energy leg like that, you
Yes.
sometimes have a bit of an adrenaline dump and you just want to throw a 60.
Just to just to
shave the edge off.
settle yourself down a little bit.
The heart rate goes up a little bit. You just want to bring it down to
Yeah,
normal
back
and
to
then-
earth.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
And darts, because it's such a sport of such precision, little bits of changes of excitement, these do all have an impact. So
Yes.
you try not get angry, you try not get excited, you don't want to be too this, too that. It's a
Yeah.
balance you play inside of yourself.
it's a beautiful balance if you get it correctly. So let us see where we're gonna end up today. But let us see. Oh,
Ooh, so
again that deflection of his flight into the 5.
Graham Shirley, as calm as he's throwing, might capitalize on this one. Second dart on top. Yeah.
Yes,
called
he's
it.
stacking his darts again. Beautiful
Really
stack.
found a good rhythm. Very beautiful 140. And that again, that's combination closes, or combinations. And 100 will leave him 160. He knows
Yes.
pretty calm. So with a
160.
373, you got a little bit more thinking to do.
Yes, and I mean now Johan has to think about that close, on how to get him down to a beautiful close.
Yeah, you can't throw 100 and you'll be left with 173. So it must be a 140.
Yeah, at least
And Graham throws 100, perfect, exactly what he's supposed to do.
get himself to the 160.
And this is just really good board management. Johan starting on the 19s because of that 273. So take note, players who, if you start counting from low 300s.
Yeah, you have to
What
start
you do.
start your setup from the low 300s to get yourself to that to your favorite doubles. I mean, I know a few players who love to get themselves only to 170. They want to be as fast as possible to get to 170. So yeah, Graham missing a few precious trebles there, but
He's given himself the grace to do that.
Yeah,
Depending
he-
if Johan chases this hard or not.
and he is chasing it very hard.
Left himself a closable.
88.
And 156 is I want to say one of the easier big closes because it's all right there at the top as well. So.
Yeah, 156 is a great close.
And
Ooh,
misses the bull with the green bit.
last start.
This iconic 156
A little bit
not
hard.
going to be, which means Graham's going to get his shot at 25. Some players lately, it's the 5 double 10, like the Littlers route that we've been seeing
Yes.
lately, or the 9 double 8, obviously.
Or
which is
Kerwin Price likes 1 double 12 as well.
I've seen that. I can't wrap my head around it too much, but or the 12, whatever route he's going to go. It wasn't my
yeah.
choice, but
Graham over pitching that dart a little bit, hitting the 12, but now it's how he can come and rectify that little mistake he made there.
Yep.
Going for the 5.
it's double 4, I'm sure.
Yes, it's double 4.
And
And
it is double 4.
what a recovery after that first
Yeah.
mistake he made, but that is why Mr. Philby is a legend in the sport. The way, the quick thinking on his feet,
Yeah, don't let that first dart, the big dart, get you down. You still
No.
have to close. You still got a job to do.
I
You see
mean,
a lot of players who burn the first dart and then they go, oh no, I have to hit a single and then a double. That's easy. It should
Yeah.
be. We do it all the time. It's just a single and a double. It's not a triple.
and I mean, for a few dart players, you can practice missing that dart, that awkward closes.
I like to play a game where I take a combination throw like a 51 or something, and you have to
Yes.
close it in 5 different ways for 10 minutes. And you just keep going at it because you'll miss and you'll throw something weird, and then you'll go, okay, now I know 51
Yes.
every which way. For
Yes.
example.
And then you discover a way to
Mm.
close that 51 that's more suitable for you than
Absolutely.
the conventional way to close it.
And while I think it's good play 501s, there's training things people can do out there to get better at the sport.
Yes,
To
yeah.
isolate and understand and learn and grow.
I mean, there's lots of training programs out there.
On the apps as well.
Yes,
Lots of games.
lots of games on the apps. I mean, there's a plethora of opportunities and ways you can practice your darts. I mean, Mr. Philby has shared his way of practicing with me, and it's a good way of practicing. You take a 3-month program, and you practice at least 2 hours a day,
Yeah.
and your darts improve dramatically.
Have to improve. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the time people put in a wonderful 140 there at a great time just to hold a throw, and he needs to hold a throw.
yeah, he needs his hold of throw here, otherwise it's game set match. But yeah,
Graham needs a triple here. Which triple can he get to keep getting to a double?
so
Let's see what he does.
I think he's gonna
No
go
problem.
for a triple 20.
Yeah.
Oh, he went for a
All right.
22. He needs to find a way.
He needs to hope that he gets. I doubt he'll have a chance.
I mean, we are on your 51 close now.
We are on the 51 close, ironically. It's like I called
And
it,
there he
called it
closed
into
it.
existence.
Yeah, you did.
All right.
I mean, and you unclosed it 19 double 16. What a great route to close it as well. The conventional route, but yeah,
Now it's Graham's game to take if he holds this throw.
yeah, he's on the hold of throw. If he holds, he wins. If he don't, we go to a last leg decider.
And both players are going to feel nerves. One to continue the game, the other one to end the game. You know, it's very tight when someone's on a game point.
Yes, and the first 3 darts is going to be crucial here currently.
Stunning second dart. He stacks it on top. Oh,
He
tried.
tried,
Beautiful.
tried.
100 is fantastic. But these players are both capable of throwing better, so
Let us see what they do. Johan going high, so for this, and I mean, there you see he uses his previous dart to slide that one into the triple 20 there.
good. Keeping
Also,
the pace. Keeping the pace. Yeah,
keeping one
absolutely.
another honest here.
Indeed, well said. First darts a bit above. He likes it below. So as you can see now, because it was above, it's
Yeah.
sort of struggle. So he has to switch, and he does.
59.
This is Johan's chance.
Yeah, no,
First throw.
Johan has the chance to get ahead and basically win the darts.
He threw that dart a little bit harder than he threw his other darts, so it was quite.
I think it's a little
There
bit of
we go.
nerves coming through there, but
All the anticipation or excitedness to jump
get-
ahead.
yes,
makes
yes.
you throw a little bit harder.
But
Some
the-
players also have to manage like your speed and strength, you know,
yeah, you have to manage that
with your emotions.
constantly. I mean, a steady ton there from Johan. But I see Graham's answer. Also, a ton, but basically Johan now has stolen the darts from Mr. Philby if he can continue with his stun route. And trip 20
140 would put him ahead, and he's
and
on the road
120.
to a
180.
What timing again?
What a
Timing,
180.
timing, fantastic.
And
dart.
it's all on a pin's head in that trip 20.
Graham's not giving up either. This is a beautiful match.
Now this is going to be a tight leg.
Absolutely great. Another 100.
Another,
And now
another
these players need to set up all close. Close,
Yes.
ideally. That's
I
what
mean,
you're left with.
I mean, Johan's on a close basically after 9, so it's been it's a high intensity match from him.
These are such good darts. They're just off the mark.
Yeah, just a
It's-
little bit wayward. I think it's a little bit of the adrenaline
It is.
coming into a play there. The
Now
see.
he can sit back and he has to watch. Oh, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So both players showing that little bit of, and you see it on the PDC too.
Yeah, no, you if it's
Especially
a
match darts and coming in. You know?
yes. 78
85 is going to go the 19 route again. He does.
gets the trip
57.
20, trip 19. Excuse me. Taking a step back, compose himself. I mean, this is a high intensity hot for him.
28 left. Oh, a bit of a wobble in that one, eh?
And there he gets
wow,
it.
you see what it meant to him.
What a
Beautiful.
dart from Johan.
That's 5-all. Just like Cameron's game he had earlier.
Yes.
Against Cole Gabriel. Cole went 5-all and went down to the double. So we
Oh.
have some tight games here today.
I mean, unfortunately, we don't have Cameron today on the stream, but we you'll certainly hear him on the string today.
A little bit later, yes, indeed.
So yeah,
Okay, it's Johan's hands now. And
great start. Ooh, a little bit wayward.
gonna breathe, take it easy, and
Ooh,
it's fine.
again,
76 is a beautiful
again,
start, regardless.
reflection of his flights there. So he maybe wants to invest in himself into a speciality point, so you don't get that all of the deflection out of the board.
Absolutely, and again, that just speaks to the technology and how darts changes a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And, I mean, in the last few years, the darts technologies. I mean, look at the molded flights he's using.
Mm.
Few years back, we didn't have that technology, and both players are playing with
Molded flights.
molded flights there.
So players now, this game, this last leg is slowing down, and this is indicative of what you see when you're trying to be cautiously. You don't want to mess up a throw, and you want to throw high, so you end up
Yes.
throwing 60s. It's a funny thing that happens
You,
because of that cautious anticipation.
exactly. So they need to find that little bit of purple patch here to get ahead of one another. Yeah.
It's like you don't want to blow your engine,
Yeah.
kind of thing, you know.
It's nursing it over the line basically.
And waiting, every player is doing now, waiting for someone to like just get that little bit of nitrous. Out.
Hit that peak, the 180, 140, 100, and the other person will kick into gear.
You see it time and time again, though, but that makes it even more nervy. This last what for spectators, you know.
Yeah, we're watching this with all the nerves and
Yes. Can you believe it? It's so close. I mean,
it's so close. The nerves are coming out. I mean, they just need to take a step back, take a breath, and find that beautiful darts they've been playing the entire match.
and each player is waiting for the other player to find it, but you can't. You have to take it before them.
Yes, you do, and the player who takes it knows the other guy's gonna feed off that. So let us see. Johan
And
gets
wants
that.
to, because I think he sees the 170 potential, and he's
He's
that's
going
fantastic.
for the 180.
Oh, but
Another
still.
bounce out, but 120.
Fantastic timing.
Great timing.
Fantastic timing. Graham needs 100, yeah, and he stacks on top beautifully.
Beautiful second dart. Oh, a little bit wayward.
That's okay. He leaves himself a closing.
Difficult closing, but still a closing.
It
Ooh,
just
Johan
depends on what
going
Johan does.
The 20 route.
Triple is required.
Ooh, no traveler's visit here currently. So let us see what Philby does.
If Olby can set up and put pressure on Johan's next throw, if he doesn't close it, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But he
He
needs to
has
put
to set up now.
Yep.
Let us see.
19s. That's a
Great
nice triple.
setup, Philby.
Down to the wire
Again,
again.
it's who's gonna finish it. Great
Two
first darts.
at the double,
2 match
and he
darts.
steps back. But now
Compose.
you've got 2 dots left. Fine, I understand.
Yeah, he needs to calm the heart there. Great.
Oh, stunning dart.
Great dart from Johan there.
Beautiful. That was so close. That
Great
was so
dart.
close. Graham
What
hiding
a
away
game.
there, but a sportsmanship.
Yeah, Mr. Philby always pulling some tricks on the stage there. Always the funny guy, bringing a smile to one
But
another's face.
87 and 82 average.
Yo, great match.
Beautiful, stunning match. Yes.
The-
My hands are
stunning.
sweating sitting here,
Yeah,
mate.
no, mine as well. So, great match. So, yeah.
And you can expect to see these kinds of matches at every ACT.
Yeah.
That's why you guys should come.
I mean, ACT is a intense tournament. I mean, you must experience it for yourself. I mean, I've been playing on the ACT tours now, going on my 3rd year, and so yeah, it's been intense. My darts are steadily increasing. I mean, the Kenya trip, the ACT in Kenya was amazing. Amazing atmosphere. I mean, the ones here in South Africa, we are hitting those heights as well. So yeah,
Strength
come
to
make a
strength.
turn here at the Boardwalk Sun International Hotel. Come
The
and
youth
watch us.
qualifiers tomorrow. So
Yeah,
they're
the
not
youth
here today.
qualifiers we have tomorrow. We have the entire day's darts here. We have the women's series also
Ongoing.
currently playing, and they also, I think, the finals on the main stage. So yeah,
Absolutely.
it's the entire day of darts. So
we're probably going to sign off shortly. We're
yeah.
just
ACT, ACT1, MP, Cabana. I'm joined here with Cameron Robinson, so it's Tyron, Cameron, the Unchained and the Javelin together on stream for the first time. I think that's more important in the game, isn't it?
Thanks, Ty. Thank you for having me. I think it's a different feeling for me in this tournament, sitting behind the comms. I'm looking forward to the players, especially this game that's coming up. And yeah, let's just hope that this game can give the viewers at least a game to remember.
Yeah, the games so far have all been really decent averages. They fighting 5-5, 6-5 wins. You know, it's been really, really nail-biting stuff at the tournament. And then, yeah, we're off with a very good game with Dean and Cole Gabriel. They've both have such great exposure in the country, great opportunities. Dean wearing his South Africa shirt from when he was in America, I believe.
That's correct, yeah, and it's great that you mentioned, you know, that especially both players gaining exposure, as we all know that Carl's been to 2 World Cups. He's got a lot of success in his career, but I think we have to make mention of Dean as well, just his build up and under the African Darts Group. Still waiting for that win under his belt and just creeping in, you know, with constant semi-finals, quarter-finals, so definitely a good contender for this game. And I mean, again, he's in the quarterfinals, so let's see what him as well as Carl can produce in this game.
And Carl's such a nice guy. I think that's the hardest thing when you've got players. Some you could have, you know, friendly enemies. Some you have rivalries with. But Carl's such a nice guy.
100%. I mean, I think if you look at darts, it's like Carl is probably like that perfect child that every parent wants. He does everything by the book. And he just goes about and strut his stuff, and yeah, I mean that's Carl Gabriel.
When you play him, you're also happy when he wins. It's a lovely.
I must say, Carl as an opponent, he's always a tough customer at the board. He's someone you can never write off, and because he always got the game. And I do feel, you know, if he definitely put the practice in, like in most times, he's going to definitely give you a run for your money.
And Dean ahead on this first leg, the very important leg. It's his holder throw, so that's what's expected. But Carl giving him something to think about. 66 on the board for him. What will he do? First start at trip 10, going that route. See, the route's always interesting to me. And you'll have a lot more experience in that space. But that's it.
That's a great start there for Dean. I kept score for his game previously when he played against Damian Stephens. I think it was a good win for him. He won Damian Stephens 6-0, so he is riding a bit of confidence in this game. In actual fact, I think both players are riding with confidence in this game. Dean coming from a 6-0 win over Damian Stephens, and obviously Carl Gabriel beating me 6-5 in a last leg decider. So I feel we're going to have a good contest here between both players.
It's starting off very, very good. First leg's out the way. That's always the sort of feel each other out leg. And the second one's where you just, you know, Carl's now just, okay, it's my turn to just hold my throw. And then from the third leg, it really becomes each player's game and how they're going to compete.
100%, and I think in this stage of the game, I think both players are going to look for that opportunity where once they find that lead, they're going to start looking to break the throw, so that when it is their throw, they're going to start to really push and ensure that they do take that lead and just create a little bit of comfortability for themselves.
With the previous game with Philby and who was the previous game? I just commentated.
I think it was Graham and Johan.
Graham and Johan, sorry, Graham and Johan. Yes, correct. There was a lot of breaker throws, and that's an interesting thing in a game because you're really sort of expected to hold your own, and it's when you put the gas on, put your foot on the gas, and you go for it. Like Carl's leaving himself with 164 now. Ooh, and he starts on a great dart, but he had no pressure to close it. But it's just
I think he done the right thing there, you know, just to get back into the game by winning the leg. But I mean, just to add on to what you were saying, that game against Johan and Graham Falby, both players producing solid 80 averages. It goes back to the grand finale semi-final when the two of them were in the game to the last leg decider. As if, you know, Graham Falby just creeping in and, you know.
He gave him a bit of a shock. You know, Jan came to me after and said, wow.
Winning a 16 there, double 8 for Carl. Just busted there. And, you know, Falby just strutting his stuff basically, showing, you know, that with his experience, he still got the game. And kind of creeping in to say that I got Johan's number.
Yeah, and he had a tough group stages yesterday, he admitted it, and then he came back and showed what he can produce, and I think that's, you never write off a player.
100%.
And group stages are there to teach us, to show you what you can do, you know, work out any kinks, and then bring it out in the knockouts. Ooh. Dean's left himself a bogey, so Carl's going to sit comfortable knowing he's got this 40 he can close out hopefully next round, but will there be any pressure on it? Absolutely will.
just the fifth is there on that last start. But I think it's a great visit from Dean. Kinds of puts a little bit of pressure on, but Carl's been great on tops. Just experience of my game, but let's see what happens here.
Underneath.
There,
That's what he did on your
you
double,
called
your
it
last
exactly. You called it.
Underneath.
Yeah, and just as we're speaking, it's 1-1 apiece in the quarterfinal here on the mainstream. We do got Stefan van Mark playing against Xander Faddle. Brilliant game. Xander Faddle leading 2-1, but Stefan van Mark with a 94 average, and Xander just a shy of 85. So seems like a good contest over there, and let's hope to see who's the victor in that game in the end.
Xander got his spot now into this guy beating Grant Sampson, and that was also a very, very nice game. He said, talking afterwards, saying how confident he felt, so he's also going into this game very confident.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big win for him. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Xander on stage, or on stream to be exact, but I think maybe this could be his tournament, you never know. And I think that a lot of these guys, if I might say it myself, I fell out early in the event. But I think a lot of these guys is going to start thinking that, here's their chance to win, and I just really hope that these guys really produce the best that they can for this tournament, and I think it's really going to be an exciting one in the end.
And it's indicative of people people must come and attend the ACTs if you haven't before. It's not about always winning. Come play the group stages, measure yourself, see where you play. You might surprise yourself. You might have big match temperament. You might have temperament on a camera. It might, like Johan says, he plays 10 times better on a camera. And you'll only know that if you come to an event like this and experience it for yourself. It really is something.
100%, and it's all about where you are comfortable. And I think also a lot of the guys also realize that, in the group stages, it's not about just being explosive. It's more just getting through, just playing some good solid form, and just, riding that way of confidence into the next day when it comes to the knockout round.
Absolutely. This game coming to the combination breakdown part of the game. So when Xander and I stream, he's so good with the maths. He's the one always teaching me what the roots are. But Dean again left himself on a bogey before, but he's so far ahead on this one. It's his throw to take because he started the round. So
I think it's a comfortable leg here for Dean, just to give him that confidence in this game as well. Going up 2-1 while holding his throw. He's on a potential 16 darter, and I'm sure that if he can hit the top within this three darts, it will give him the confidence knowing that he's riding the lead.
When the pressure's not on, sometimes you just feel a bit more relaxed, and let's see what he does with this. Maybe the nerves of the last start hits it. It does not. He's got 3 more. He'll be relaxed. Let's see how much pressure Cole gives him on this throw. Sure. 100%. Okay, Cole hitting 100. Not the most pressure, but enough. You'll always feel pressure to hold your throw. And he's sitting on a cool 80 average, meaning this should go, statistically speaking. He's taking his time and composing himself. This is what good players also do.
100%.
Yes, there's a pace, but if you stand through your first shot, you keep your pace. Otherwise, you compose yourself. And he's done that. Does it pay off? It does. Just showcasing also like his talent and his experience of when do you step back, when do you take that time. Every player needs to decide that for themselves. I always find it an interesting thing, and you've been to the PDC and you've seen a lot of the players. I always think there's a lot of tall players, right? And then you've got Luke Littler, who's like this tiny guy, which is interesting. And these 2 guys aren't at the tallest, but I mean, Philby, Gavin, Sander's tall, I suppose, myself. There's a lot of tall players, but how do you feel as a height-challenged player?
I think to answer your question, I don't think there's any advantage or disadvantage, because everyone has their unique throw in terms of how they pitch their dart, how they hold their dart, the way they stand, and there's so many things about it in terms of the sport that we play. But I'll definitely agree with you. There's so much tall guys out there, and they just go about and strut their stuff. But I mean, the experience is like really one to remember. It's a whole different level compared to, I would say, anywhere else in the world, because it's literally it's the best of the best in the end.
I think the great thing about what the opportunities that come from the AG, what speaks to it is our new partnership with the WDF. And it's just another level of where players can excel in. It's now the Modus, it's the WDF, it's the PDC, it's the World Cup, the World Championships. There's so many levels. And I was saying in the previous stream, it would be great for you to go to the Modus. I want to see how you perform in that space, because you're performing at a higher level when you go to the World Championships. But there's these other opportunities that are sitting in here that I think everyone needs to sort of experience as well. I think I'm very excited to see if you yeah, how you do on that stage. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure. Hopefully, that time will come.
Mm.
But other than the Pro Tour under the PDC, there's so many other opportunities out there for the players, like the amateur dart circuit, as well as the challenge stores, the motor series, like you've mentioned. And yeah, all these opportunities are there. And in the end, I think what a lot of people don't understand is that if you look at what Devin Peterson is actually doing for us, for the African Darts Group, is that he's the one who's going out there, who's putting the feelers out, setting up meetings constantly. Although we're in the year of 2025, he's already thinking about 2026 and 2027, and that just shows what the ADG is all about, because we're all about the future. Currently, we're focusing on the now, as if you can see everything on the live streams, but um, as we are in this beautiful city playing now, we can at least say that 2026 is at least sorted.
It's
You know,
sorted, yeah. And every single month there's something going on.
100%.
And for players to have so many different opportunities. I mean, in the past there was normally only one big event, everyone geared up for it, and that was it. So now it's just really great to have so much opportunity, and just to be around the players all the time. You make connections, you build a rapport with the players. It's very, very nice. And we, yeah, at the third leg, Cole quite far, well, not quite far ahead, but he's gonna have a great healthy shot at this.
Yeah, I think both players are just struggling a bit in this league, both
Mm.
with over 21 darts. But I think under the circumstances of this match, I think both of them just want to bag this leg. I think for Dean it will be a huge advantage for him,
Mm.
knowing in the next leg he has to throw. So if he does that, he at least go 3-1, and I just missed that 18 there.
The breaker throw is so important.
Yeah, but I'm sure Carl's thinking, just come back, forget about this leg, bag the 20, and just refocus on this game with leveling at 2-all.
Absolutely. Double 10 is gotten a lot of stage fame, with Littler hitting a very high rate of double 10. So people have been talking about it in the darts community, especially because such a high percentage on one specific double is quite a unique thing. Like, did he train it? Why is he so good at that specific one?
Exactly.
And that's something every player needs, like something special in their pocket.
100%. I think it's like if I look at myself as a player, I think I have that on the double 16.
Yeah.
And even Carl as a player himself, he's very strong on double 20 to the double 10, double 5 route. That's his strength, because his favorite double is double 15.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's his favorite double. So I mean, I know Carl quite well, and just playing him all over the years, double 15 is his favorite. So for example, if he's like on 150, he's playing trip 20, and he's going for the double 15 because that's his strength. So you will always play to the double 20 route, because knowing that double 10 will be seen as his backup. And yeah, I think for some players, like you said, it's always good to play to your strength. And
He's got 4 doubles there, then 6, 10, 15, 2. Those
Yeah,
are all
exactly.
and it's a great. That's dangerous. To have a
Exactly.
player good on that side of the board like that, with 15s especially.
I think also, if you look at the past ACTs that has been to the latter stages of 2024, both players haven't really been on the limelight. So I think this is big for both of them to be in the quarterfinal. As mentioned, Dean just creeping in there, always reaching quarters and semis. I think Carl in the past, in the latter stages, just fell through in the last 16 in the quarters. So I think a win here for either player with a big confident booster by far, just to give them that feel that 2025 is basically started off on a good note, and basically just ride that wave, and hopefully that they can find success throughout the year.
Absolutely, and if you think about why it's important, it's the point structure and how it works. So for the players that don't understand the ACTs and the point structures and how it earns you a spot, would you explain that quickly in terms of the points you get when you win, and how many you need, and how it sort of works to get that spot?
So if you do win an ACT, you're getting 720 points, and the runner up with 360, semi-finals 250, and then quarterfinals 160. And over the period, throughout the year, we play all these ACTs, and all your points accumulate. So in the end, the number 1 seed gets a World Cup spot in the following year, and it's massive for the players. Stuff is there for Dean missing a 170 on the ball, and that's a huge opportunity for the player. And these are why this is why the players come out to play, because although they're playing for this event, hoping to do well, and Carl there with a 96. Taking a 3-2 lead, breaking the throw. these guys are playing for the ultimate goal in the end, and they're wanting to bag that spot for the World Cup team in, I think, for now in 2026. So the victor at the end of this weekend will have a massive lead. I mean, you can ask players like myself and Johan. I mean, we know that because once we bag that win, we already have that comfortability as to, okay, cool, we don't really need to stress about the next tournament because
Sure,
we know we got that lead, and I feel that a win for these guys is major, is massive.
And that's why I was just bringing it up, because there's a grand final at the end of every year, at the end of every ACT events of the year. So there's about 6 of them a year, and then you have this grand final where it all culminates into the top 32 players on the continent that come together to hash it out for that, not for points, but for bragging rights more than anything else, and a prize fund. Let's not forget the money.
It's for sure.
But really how it works is you go throughout the whole year, you earn points, and then you earn your spot through that seeding, and it's a nice way to do it. And Devon's trying to replicate a lot of what happens in the PDC and how they do things, so it really prepares us for that sort of play, the format of play. Even the format of play here is very much replicating some things that you'll see on the circuit there in Europe.
And I think the grand finale towards the end of the year it's very exciting for most of the players, because it's definitely a tournament that they look forward to, because we have the best of the best playing in one event. These guys know that they're gonna have to be on top of the game from the beginning, and it's like every single game that you're gonna have to play, you're gonna have to basically strut your stuff, iron out all those mistakes, and you just have to kind of be on par. Basically, and I think that's what excites the players, because that's what they want all the time.
Yes,
And that's why these guys always look forward to the end of the year.
absolutely. These players throwing an even 70 average. It's a cool, calm average for this space. I think, like you said, they both have been vying to get into semi-finals. So there's a little bit of nerves that comes into that for saying, like, I get far in these tournaments, I really want to get to a semis, I really want to get to a finals, and both know that this is a good opportunity for them to do it against the opponent they're playing. Making it sort of a dark horse kind of game, which is what I kind of like. That there's a bit of tension when the averages are this close. I know averages don't win games, but it sort of does create that sense of, like, when one's running away with a game, it's a difficult thing to say, oh, the fight back. But this is a bit more nail biting.
This is a great opportunity here for Carl Gabriel in this leg. So he has the opportunity to take a 4-2 lead, so that he comfortably.
And he actually does hold as well when there's no pressure on the throw.
100%.
He's just like, I've got extra darts, I'll just
100%.
do it. And that's exactly showing case. And he told me, because I couldn't count properly 2 years back, and then I would leave myself bogey numbers, and he'd be like, I've got 6, and he closed me every time. So
Yeah, just to run you guys another update. In the other semi-final, we have Stefan Vermaak and Sander Fadel. It's 5-3 to the good to Sander Fadel. Both players averaging well enough, 84 versus 78.
that's stunning. I was doing really, really well. I'm proud of both of them. Sander just clinched another one.
I think all year just creating both players not playing the game that they expected to play, as per their previous games. But I think that in a situation like this, I think both of them just want to get off the hurdle. It's not easy playing on stream. I'll say that. But I think that with the situation that Carl is in with a 4-2 lead, there's definitely a bit of comfortability on his side, and I'm sure Dino Deer knows that he has to put a lot of work in.
I think when it gets to a stage like this, when one player puts the foot on the gas, the other one's going to react.
100%.
I think either one's sort of waiting. Like, you play a bit more cautiously because you don't want to give anything away. So then you get these 60s that come out, a lot of 60s, 81s, 85s. But you need to risk it and push. And I know it's an odd thing to say, because you're like, I'm always playing the best, I can always play the best, but you're not. Sometimes you put the gas on, sometimes you pull it off a little bit, oddly, but it is because when you're throwing, holding, when you've got 3 dots, when you don't, it all matters.
Yeah, I mean, you and I even had fair share, Styron, in terms of games, and I think in most cases we went to the last leg decider. We were relying purely on our instinct just to make sure that we're winning, and we're doing whatever we can to get over the hurdle. And I think in this case, if you look at Dean, currently Dean is a little bit on the back foot. Is it a case of, like, he could be potentially, fighting with himself, telling himself that, I need to get back in this game. But I mean, he's just calm, cool, and collective, as you can see. And he's really carrying himself well here, although he's not playing the game that we know he can play. And I think it's not a good position for him, to be honest, because with a player like Carl Gabriel's caliber, with a 4-2 lead, he's just going to get comfortable and he's going to run with it towards the end.
No, I absolutely don't think Cole's going to take his foot off the gas at all. That's not his style in any way, shape, or form. It's in Dean's hands now. Dean wants this. He's got to throw a couple of haymakers.
And exactly, and I mean with Dean back now after that score, he's with a 90 score and a 106. Carl got a comfortable 3 darts on 20, and there he does it. He breaks the throw.
10 is so used in this game so far. He's done it most rounds.
And that's a massive leg for him because now he broke the throw. He has the throw to play for the match, and definitely this is going to put a lot of pressure on Dino Dia.
Ooh, the match point part of the game, or the match game, is always that tense one because he's stressed that he's going to win it. The other guy's stressed that he's going to lose it. So it's the most exciting part.
So just an update as well. We have Devin Peterson who's beaten Luke Williams 6-0. So Devin Peterson is through to the semi-finals. We got Stefan Vermaak who's pulling one back to a 5-4 to Zander Fadel. Currently, we're just hoping to get another update. We got Liam Nicholson and Johan Geldenes. We'll give you an update on that game soon as well.
I think from the next games we'll probably be broadcasting each one individually, but we'll touch base with the media team to see if that's going to be every game individually after that. Right now I think it's a 5-all game sitting there for Stefan and Zander, so that's also an enticing one.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at it, I'm just checking the stats here, Tyron, and I see it's a 5-5 affair for Stefan and Zander, and we're down to a last leg decide in that quarterfinal match. Things are a little bit quiet on Johan and Liam Nicholson's side, so we eager to hear what is happening over there, but I'm sure we'll update you guys soon.
Cole Gabriel on a 161 now. First dart, nice marker for him, as he likes to marker on the top. We've seen that with the double 20s. And he's just setting up again, same as he's been doing the whole time now. He just sets up. Dean needs to put in a really big number and hope that the pressure is good enough.
A wayward dart there on that last one, hitting the 2, but I don't think he has anything to worry about. I'm sure he's feeling comfortable on the 79.
Where do you go 79 at this stage? Your opponent on 170, the 13s? Or
No,
90s?
definitely. I'm going to play it simple, like 90-20, tops left to win the match.
Okay. Oh, why overcomplicate it?
Dino Dia might surprise us with a 170 check. He missed it previously in his group stages, so let's just see if he can do it over here.
If there was a perfect time.
Speaking it into resistance. Oh, unlucky there.
And you can never count out any player. If you've got a shot, you've got a shot.
3 darts and double 10 for Carl Gabriel to back the match.
And it's double 10 again. History repeats itself. And that's a little bit of the pressure for the game-winning dart. And he's been doing fine on the double 10. It'll definitely have played a part.
Yeah, this is a massive opportunity for Dean because I feel in this stage of the game, this 42 has to go.
And he does the job. That's experience. That's what's showing through there. It's just he's been in the spot before, plays a lot of these kinds of events, knows what he's doing, stays calm. And it's a break of throw.
He has the throw here in being 5-3 down. I feel in this stage, this leg is so important and he really needs to break again for him to gain the advantage in this match.
Stefan Vermaak taking the game there on the side.
So just to give you guys another update there, so we got Johan Geldenes beating Liam Nicholson, both players averaging well, Johan with an 85 and Liam Nicholson with an 80, and then we just saw across from us that Stefan Vermaak has beaten Zander Fadel 6-5 in the last leg decider.
Another nail biter.
Yeah, high quality game, all players averaging well above 80, so good standard here at the ADG.
140 from Carl.
Yeah, I feel Carl is at the stage now where he wants to get this game over and done with, and you just want to take a break after this and focus on his semi-final match.
The question is, will Dean allow it? And that's going to be 40 darts difference between the two of them, so they're just waiting for one to slip, I think is the case. 60, and that is essentially a slip, because a 140 will bring Dean that step closer to winning and holding his throw, because he's actually only holding his throw now. Lucky, I won't say lucky, but he needed that.
For someone who started the leg, he's running behind here. Carl actually comfortable lead. Great first dart, what a second dart. Good 140 there from Carl.
So he's going to need at least 100 here to leave him 161. He's got to throw straight, neat and calm. Ooh, he's got to throw that triple. Went for the 51, which would also been a viable option for that 170. But now Carl's got 6 again. He'll have to set it up.
So you check that he went for the trip 17.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's the favorite double is double 15.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels a little bit, Dean's throws a little bit slower and releasing a bit tired, I would say. And you've got to give that last fight because any game can go 9 darts at a double, 12 darts at a double.
100%.
You know,
There you have it, Carl Gabriel winning the quarterfinal match against Dino Dier. Solid performance from both players. Unlucky there to Dino Dier. Had a good run in his previous match, beating Damon Steffens 6-0, and Carl coming off a 6-5 win against myself. I think, Tyron, we got a good semi-final lineup here. I mean, you have Johan Geldenhuys, Steven Peterson, Carl Gabriel, and Stefan Vermaak. I think under the ADG, that's the names that we've produced over the past few years that the ADG has been in existence. And I think it's going to be a good semi-final contest for our viewers as well as for the people out here. And I think it's going to be really some exciting stuff.
Absolutely. And for everyone else, tomorrow is the World Youth Championship qualifier. So if you are in PE and you want to make a turn, come make a turn at the Sun International at the Boardwalk here in PE. We've got Simon Adams on the side here just giving us some love. Yeah, it's a great vibe here, guys. If you can make a turn, make a turn. And the next ACT is in Kimberley, I believe.
That's Kimberley, yes. First weekend in April.
First weekend in April. These events happen every month and a half, 2 months cycles. You can go to the African Darts Group website and check out when those dates are. We are basically going to take a break now, and we will start with the next matches probably in approximately 20 minutes. Every time, just for you guys to see a bit of behind the scenes, is this camera work that goes on, photo opportunities. So, you know, if you're a darts player aspiring, these are the kinds of things you want to see and experience and see and meet your players, and this is the time to mingle and do those things before the next matches start. So I think, yeah, we are going to take a break. Thank you very much.
We're back at the ACT1, playing the semi-finals as Johan Geldenhuys and Devin Peterson. It's Cameron and myself again in the commentator seat, and this is going to be an exciting game.
For sure, Tyron. I think we got two big names here for the African darts group. I mean, you have Johan Geldenhuys, who had a good run in the latter end of the year for 2024, and you have Devin Peterson, the ADC global champion, you know, committing to the African tour down here in South Africa. And you know, through everything that he has done for us as players, he decided to commit to the tour, and I think this is more exciting stuff, not just for us, but for the viewers as well.
As well as the players. I mean, everyone wants to not have a piece of Devin, but be part of everything that's happening. For him to play these events and have players also get to the experience to play such an experienced player, such a capped player, is a wonderful thing.
100%. And I think if you look at the start of this game, I mean, this is the first semi-final. Devin here, double 18 to take the first leg, just missing it out there. Both players having a bit of a rough start to this game, but I'm sure the averages and the scoring is going to pick up once as this game go along.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a Titan match. I think we're going to look at really good combinations. It's going to be exciting. I'm super excited for this one. This is a big one for me. Both players do really well in tournaments, so we can expect a banger. Oof, just missing that double 9.
Unlucky there for Devin, but I feel that under the cosh with a 95 after 18, I think knowing that Johan is not playing to his full potential, he would want to take out this 95 just to take the lead, forget about this leg, and just go into the next leg with a throw-in. Yeah, he has. I mean, 83, double 16 left.
Very odd for him to miss a bull like that. Doesn't usually happen, but he corrected it nicely. Recomposes himself. Ooh. Both players showing first leg. I don't say nerves. I can't say Dev's got nerves, but
I think both. I think both players are just settling in with this first semi-final that's under the way. Like I said, it's not exciting stuff, but I'm sure we're gonna have a game at our hands here, and I think towards the latter stage of this game, it's gonna pick up tremendously.
And already starting with a very healthy 131. No, 91. It's hard to see on the screen what they're hitting. Devin's got to pick up now and really break the throw of Johan, especially on the second leg. And we've got a nice crowd standing over here, as also sitting over here watching, and that's something we're trying to foster more on the ACT tours. Get more involvement. It's nice. These games can become quite intense. It's fun to watch. So really nice to see that starting to take shape on the ACT tours. I know Kenya was a blast. I say that because of all the vuvuzelas, but that's something we're accustomed to in Africa, and it's our statement to showcase cheer. Cheer happens in many forms and many ways, so I don't shun it too much. I think it's just people trying to express themselves, and yeah, it's just how each country does it.
So nice 180 there from Devin, throwing second in this leg just to try to gain that lead. Just to back up what you were saying, Tyron, and I think that it's also great for the people to come out here in the city and to be here in the boardwalk, because it's an outstanding venue. It's such good quality, not just for the brand itself, but for us as players to feel and experience all the scenery, the nice places that we're staying at. It just shows that the level and the quality that the ADG is all about, to come out here and just experience all of this. And I think that's why the people are coming out here, because it's like a weekend of darts, and then it's also, and look at here, Johan, double 15 for a 150 to level the match. We just miss out there. And I feel this is a great opportunity for Devin, wanting to take this 85 to take a 2-0 lead.
Trip 24, double 5. Oof. It's a good attempt at a 15 darter. Johan makes for the 28. Just misses on the inside, and he hits the double 7.
Yeah, he took a gamble there, playing two first dart, but I think it's early stages in the game. I mean, double 15 is not everyone's comfortable double, but it paid off in the end, and kudos to him. It's 1-1, and we level pecking here.
Devin starting off on fire with a 140. Got to hold his throw on this one, so he's doing a good job of that. Now Johan's turn to attack. Let's see what he does.
also 140.
Yeah, that's a great reply there from Johan. And as you can see, both players are getting into the stride of this game. As you can see, it was a little bit, I wouldn't say a nervy start, but I would say that both players are just kind of settling in. And as you can see, the momentum is busy climbing. And I think, and like I said, towards the end, I think this game is just going to skyrocket as we go on.
I heard it from a player long ago, the 3 parts to any game, the beginning, the middle, and the end. And it's like that in any individual 501 game, and it's like that over a best of or a first 2. So first to 7 sets, you've got your first 3, your middle 2, and then your last. And those are played slightly different because you have time to correct something, you have time to fight back, and then you stop having that time. So you try and give yourself as much breathing room as possible. But this is going to give, there's not going to be no breathing room here.
No, for sure. And I mean, just speaking from experience, I mean, when you start, especially like, for example, a semi-final, quarters, or even a final, you want to start off on a good note, you know, wanting to take a comfortable lead. But then as the game goes on, the middle part of the stage, it's either you can lose yourself, you can either get yourself back in the game, you know, gaining that momentum. But then it's down to the most important part of the game, and that's the finishing. Wanting to just, you know, end of everything, bagging that win, and just getting off the stream, recomposing, and preparing yourself for the next round.
And Johan's going to be smiling at that one. He actually doesn't really look much while the other opponent's throwing, but he's going to come back for a 44.
And this is a great opportunity for Johan, because with Devon not on the finish of this 101, I feel that 44 is handy, and it's a break of throw for Johan if he can take this 44 out.
He goes the 12 routes, I'm sure, for that favorite 32. Perfect center dart.
And that's a big leg for him, because now he breaks the throw, and now he has darts to go with the throw, and it's a big potential now for Johan to take a 3-1 lead here with the darts in hand.
And it's always the first throw after breaking back that matters. And let's see if at least he needs to hit a triple. Oof. All very, very close, but Devon's chance to capitalize now.
And I feel with Devin Peterson's experience, you know, he's one of those players. He had so much success over the years, as well as in the world, and you can never, I think, of you.
Absolutely.
It's like we know that Devin is not the player that we know he can be, but at the same time, we can never write Devin Peterson off because of experience.
It's exactly. It sits there.
It's like I tell a lot of guys, you know, I mean, playing against Devin Peterson, he has this whole professional approach to him, and it's like he's a player. He's very hard to shake off, and you know, unlucky there for him just missing that 180
and
shy
he's a
there.
hard 180 hitter.
100%.
That's the thing, you know, it can come at any time, and that's and normally it comes at the right time. Oh, unlucky bounce out there.
And I mean, a player like Johan has been top class. He's been super consistent. He's always producing good averages, good numbers, and he's always his progress in every tournament that he's played has been absolutely amazing. Because he's always reaching final fours, especially finals, and I mean that alone just tells you what the type of player he is.
He's sitting on the top of the average board for the whole weekend, and that's just showing his consistent caliber that he's producing. He's just someone that you can expect it from every single time, as is of yourself and many of the top 5-6 players at these tournaments. It's a consistent above 80, and it's tough for us players who are sitting on the 6th to 12th spot, would say. We need to break through that barrier, the 80 barriers, and you guys are doing 90s, and it's really, really inspiring, and that's how players should take it.
Yeah, it just shows, you know, what this guys can really do when it comes to their pace game. I'm sure hopefully they're trying to at least do their best to pick it up. Devin here on a 96, wanting to level the match out. Yeah, just miss out on the 51. So he's looking to set this up now as he has 74 left, but Johan does have a handy check out here with 144, and I feel that if he does take this out, it could be a thorn in Devon's side in the early stages of this match.
Great first start. Oof, unlucky. But yeah, those single misses like Devon had last round, hitting the 5. It's like no matter what level of darts play you are, those singles, those flyers come, and it's how you navigate them afterwards. So for new players, well, nice check out there. But for new players, don't get frustrated. Get excited. Just flip the script, because darts can be a frustrating sport. At any level you're missing and you're struggling and you're not playing, you always think you should play better than what you are playing.
100%, and I think especially when you're playing the name, I think a lot of players, you know, tend to think about that too much, and you know, they kind of go a bit wayward in terms of what they can really do, because I mean, there's so much guys who put in so much effort just to be to produce well, and hopefully, just hope to be champions in one day.
But you're right in what you said. They're playing the name. I do it a lot as well. If I'm playing a specific person and I played them a lot, I'm playing them. But you're only ever playing the board. You're only ever playing yourself. But it is the hardest thing to put out of your head, is to just, because that's why people say, when I'm practicing at home, I'm doing so well, and then I come and like my average drops a few. You're like, yes, it does, because you're not doing what you do at home.
And sometimes you cannot help but think about it. I mean, if you're throwing like to any one of these players like Johan or Devin, you can't help but think to yourself, I'm playing Devin, I'm playing Johan, I need to take it up a notch. I need to really, sharpen up my game, and it gets you thinking. But like I said, if you go with a mindset into this game that irrespective of what happens, just focusing on your own game, believing in what you can do, then you might, or you can potentially become the victor in the end.
Absolutely. And flip everything to a positive script. But Devin's nice long points just leads him. I think it's his type of dart that lends himself to that grouping that he does, and those hard 180 hits that he does.
I do the same, so I also play with a 40mm point. It just gives me more space within the board when I'm hitting a treble. And I think, if you look at Luke Littler today, he's playing with 45mm, so a lot of the guys are doing it. And I think it's just a transition in darts, because back in the day they used to play like with those thick battles, and like you hit a treble and then the whole thing is blocked.
Yeah. And then Simon Whitlock also played with the long points, and I know that they had a ruling about the roughness of the points, which is now obviously taken away to the smooth, so you don't damage the board, because Simon used to damage the board off the bat. Some changes, because that changes the dynamic of the dart. The weighting of the dart slightly goes towards the tip, which is good for when you have that lie, that 20-degree upwards lie. So a long point, I'd recommend, if anyone has never tried different points, buy a set of points. They're not expensive. Someone's got a repointer, try it out.
That was a great visit there from Devin Peterson with a 180 on the 209. I think the reason why he stick to the 180 was just to put a little bit of pressure on the 156, because knowing if he hits the 180, he's going to have 29. So he's going to have confidence coming back for the 13 potentially. Devin on double 8, just to take a 3-2 lead and hold his throw here.
I've got to agree with that sentiment. Go for the big number.
Yeah, I
think it's a 1-2 shot. It's great.
It's just to keep your opponent thinking. But I feel that Johan will definitely have that sense that he has an opportunity here to break the throw. And if he does, boy, is it going to give him a bunch of confidence. What a great first dart here. Just a single 19 to give him tops.
For tops, yeah. Takes a step back, composes himself.
He knows how important this leg is.
You really saw him breathe. I was watching him breathe there. It's an impressive...
Calm, collective, Johan Geldenhuys.
I don't know how I feel about the stepping away on the last dart on the double. It's a contentious discussion.
Well, if you ask me, I would say, knowing that you have this one dart, this one opportunity, you get that sense of hype where it can be so overwhelming. You just want to calm yourself down so that you can give that last dart 100% at the double. And I think that he have executed that perfectly. And it paid off, because he broke the throw. He's leading 3-2, and now he's put the pressure on Devin, because Devin is now on the back foot.
And I don't know how the ruling works on that. If you touched the dart, because the dart fell out just as he touched it, but it fell out, does it count?
It does count. If the marker or the score announcer called the score, then it counts.
So if it falls out after the scorer scored it, then it counts.
It counts.
Great.
Because he's the darts referee.
That's also what people might not know, is that the scorer is the referee and does make a call on these things. I remember I was at the essays once, and I had to score, and someone threw the winning dart, and then they threw another dart, and there was a whole discussion about whether that discounted the score or not. And in the end, they'd already closed, and I called it, so it was done. Yeah.
I feel that's a different kettle of fish, because they got their own set of rules, and they don't adhere to the DRA rules, so
correct.
they form under the WDF, and like I said, different kettle of fish. I think we're more on the professional side, and whatever they do, it's entirely up to them.
Knowing your rules and understanding your rule sets, especially if you move between organizations and things, or you start playing things, it's good to know.
Exactly.
I play with players nowadays that didn't know you could walk over the hockey, and just watch the TV, watch the PDC, you'll see what the rules are that we play with.
Yeah, I remember those days when I used to play back then. I mean, I had to crawl over the hockey and to fetch your dart, which was kind of ridiculous, you
It is when
know.
you think about it.
So there's no fairness towards the game,
Yeah,
and
sure.
it baffled me every time as to why they never changed this rule. But like I said, that's them.
Yep.
You know, this is us. This is a new way of playing darts. Well, in my opinion, it's the proper way of playing darts. So,
It's competitive.
and I think we can stick and adhere to that.
And look, Devon's got a 146. An odd outshot for me as well. Well, you've got the trip 18 if you hit the trip 20, so I suppose it is a nice north combination. It leaves on a 32.
I feel if you look at the situation of the game now, I think Devon knows that this is a league that he has gained control with Johan being on 182. I think irrespective of what Johan is going to throw now, Devon knows that he needs to take out this 96 from to level the match, because if he does, the advantage is back on his side.
Great first dart.
Great, perfect first dart. And there you have it.
Yeah,
2-dart finish for
fantastic.
Devon to level the match.
And it's a breakback.
100%. So now he's back in control of this match. It's level, it's his throw, and now he's feeling like, you know, it's kind of like you can start all over again because he knows he's not behind. He knows that, like, no one is in the driving seat at this point.
Sure.
But he does feel that it's kind of like, let's start over. I got to throw and let's lead from here.
Yeah, they're at the halfway leg. Even Stevens, basically, it's got a nice rhythm. I think this is going to be a beautiful game.
100%.
It already is a beautiful game.
And I mean, just speaking from experience, I've got lots of games playing against Johan.
Sure.
I mean, he's got so many wins over me, and I can tell you for sure, Johan is a tough customer. Then again, like I said, when I speak about Devon Peterson's whole approach in terms of his professional experience playing on the PDC tour, he gives you that feel that this is a professional that you're playing against, and he's someone you just can't shake off unless if you focus on your game, you might be able to do it, but Devon Peterson will always make you know that he is there, and he's always creeping up behind you.
Absolutely. I played Johan twice in my career. Won one, lost one, and the last game was 6-5 with him, and he was such a daunting competitor.
Great 180 there from Devon. Leaves him on a
wouldn't miss his
161. So leaves him on a 161, which gives him kind of a comfortable lead. So Johan is looking at a ton minimum. And I think with that wayward dart, he definitely is going to have 6 darts on this 161. And hopefully this is going to give him that comfortability now to take a 4-3 lead.
Sure, he'll set this up, surely. Depends on how confident the player is. Sometimes players do choose to go for these sort of outshots. They don't have to, but people can comment on that choice. But unless you're on the hockey there, you don't really know what you're going to do until you throw that second dart. You decide. On that last dart, you actually decide, what am I going to do? You know.
And if you can look at the game as to where it's now, I can tell you, Johan knows he needs to take it up a notch. But then again, Devon knows he's not also playing the game that he know he can play.
It's
and he
climbing.
got tops
Just climbing. His trajectory is going really well.
He's doing enough just to get through and just to hold his throw, because
And that's the
both,
caliber.
because based on both of these players' caliber, they know they're not playing the game that they know they can play. And currently, right now, if you ask me, they're doing enough just to get through. And Devon here on double 10 to take a 4-3 lead.
Oh, it almost looked in. And it's in. Beautiful. That double 5 is a very confident.
100%.
I'm afraid of that double 5. Yes. You got 2 shots, 20s and 10s. You shouldn't get to the double 5.
Yeah, I think that outshot creates a little bit of comfortability. Like you say, you know, double 5 is not every dart player's favorite, but I mean, if you can hit it at your first attempt, it's a bit of a confident booster. And I think if you look here with Devon hitting 61st dart,
There's a bit of a deflection there on the flight.
yeah, and the confidence, I feel the confidence is rising a bit, you know. I feel Johan is, you know, based on how we know he can play, he's lagging a bit here.
He's got a great first start though.
100%,
You know, he really
always.
does. Not letting up. But I find Johan normally throws a lot more 140s than this. I'm seeing a lot of hundreds, a little bit less 140s than what we usually see from him.
And if you go back, if you look at all Johan's games, whether players have, especially when it comes to the streams, like the stages of the semi-finals or the finals, there was times, I mean, even up against myself, Johan was behind, but Johan knows how to creep in behind you and come back into the game. And here you have it. Great choice there. I think the lie of the dart wouldn't allow him to throw the 180.
Sure.
It could potentially fall out,
There was a wobble
but
there.
at least he's giving himself a chance on an outshot of a 164.
Okay, so he's going to have 6 darts at this 164.
19s route, one would assume, but he's got comfort, so he can go 20s if he wants. He chooses the 19s.
I sometimes don't understand that, to be honest, Ty, because you're just coming off a shy of trip 20, trip
Exactly.
20. So for me, I would stay on that segment. But then again, that's just my opinion. You
No,
know,
I agree
every
with you.
player plays to their comfortability. And I think under the cosh of where the game is at, I mean, both players are not striking heavily. So I think you would want to get the basic element in terms of your scoring in place.
The 106, 101, so he's going to go, yep, doesn't hit the triples. That's going to give Devon a shot at the big fish.
Yeah, can
They're
he take it
going
out? Let's
fishing.
see what happens.
Will he reel it in? Okay. He's got to set up some pressure now. Needs a triple for this one. Oh, goes for that, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel with the 120 back, I feel Johan will feel a little bit confident on the 64 just to level the match up here. Great first start. Give him 2 darts and double.
Ooh, so now
And
Shanghai.
Yeah, it's a big outshot for Devon. I feel if Devon can take this, confidence is going to skyrocket because he will get it comfortably. Ooh, and he just hits the trip one.
It's this mid part of the game where players sort of feed off of each
Yeah,
other's
and
successes.
And this is what we spoke about. It's like you want to have that striking start. And there you have it, Johan leveling the game at 4-4. And like I said, you're wanting to have the striking start, but in the middle of the game, sometimes we tend to lose ourselves because we don't know. It's either like we're getting comfortable, but we don't know whether we should give more or we're getting comfortable.
You're trying to feel like it's a boxing match. It's the same thing.
But I can tell you for sure, as my experience in this situation, both players are trying to find that spark for them to end of this game.
Oh, I wonder sometimes people overthink it, eh? Just a little bit. You like try too hard. Let it come. It'll come.
And
It's
I
easy to
think
say.
with Devon's 38 start, that's a brilliant start there from Johan hitting a 140. So it's definitely giving Devon something to think about.
It is Devon's start to throw, so Johan is attempting to wrangle this one away. He's got to keep the tempo up because Devon will hit a 180 just like that. So he's hit 3 or 4 already. So Johan has to keep the pressure on you.
And you feel like when Johan is starting off with a 140, you feel like he's going to turn up. And I do feel that if Johan does break the Devon Peterson throw here, he's going to go 5-4 up. He's going to have the darts for the 6-4, and he's going to put Devon on the pressure, basically.
And that's where Devon shines, though. And he's going to break back on that. I feel very strongly about that. So it's really in Johan's hands now a little bit. He's driving, even though it's 4-4, it feels a little bit like that. Just depends on how he closes this out. But he misses the 161 outshot chance, so there isn't a 318 outshot, is there? Possibility?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
But I mean, with Johan being on 166, although it's a bogey number, I do feel that there is lots of comfortability on the 160. He knows he got 6 starts on it. With Devon being back on 264, so he's just going to do his best to set this up.
Ooh, and that's a bit of a tricky one with a 106 left. Devon throws 100 now, 164 chance.
I feel Devon needs at least a minimum 140 here just to shake up that 106. But I feel a ton is good just to at least give him an outshot. Unfortunately, it doesn't do that. So Johan comfortable on 106 with 6 darts in hand to take a 5-4 lead.
Oh, look, these missed darts is when a player tries a little bit too hard. And then they swing and miss. And this is what the boxing match is now, what I feel. Sort of the mid-game. Sometimes it goes smoothly and both players let each other do what they do, and it's just a high average game. Other times it's a dodge and weave, although they should only be playing themselves. You are playing the opponent.
And Devon throws a 45 there, leaving him on a 159, and Johan has 6 darts on a 48. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be comfortable enough to take this out.
He's been going the top shoot a lot, so he's confident on the tops.
And he does so. 5-4 lead to Johan Geldenhuys. That's
doubles,
that's a massive leg in the situation of this game because he's broken the Devon Peterson throw. He has the darts now to take a 6-4 lead, and if he does so, I mean, he's 1 leg away from winning the match.
Look, it happened with previous matches we were looking now in the quarterfinals. His under was 2 legs up, and then Stefan came back and took it. So it's never over till it's over. Great start though from Johan.
Yeah, and I think he's really thinking about this game because, I mean, I wouldn't say he's riding the confident wave because after hitting treble 20, knowing how the darts was lying in the board, he went to the 19. So he's just trying to do enough to get as much score as he can. Because, I mean, if you're looking at the averages, we know these players can do so much better. But let's look at that. Let's look at the game itself. You know, it's nip and tuck. Both players are trying their best just to get over that line, and if you look at it now, Johan is doing enough what he can do, but the pressure's now on Devin Peterson.
He's got to show up now. And this is where the strike. You see he's nodding there because he knows. There he knows. He's
And
like
that's
he
it.
found it.
And that's
He found
exactly
it.
exactly what Devin Peterson needs just to keep himself in the game. And I think as a player, in my experience, in the situation like this, you need your opponent to make a mistake. And if you look here, that's exactly what
That's-
Devin Peterson needs right now.
And that was the pressure from the
That
previous
is exactly
time.
what he needs. And I think this is his moment where he says, I need to pounce.
That is the pound for pound, punch for punch. Yeah. He needs to pounce with a trip 20 now. Oof. This is such an odd-paced game, I would say, from what we're used to with the two. Nice
Saved it
one.
there with a 93. You would think that, if Johan potentially could have missed that 54, to give Devin the confidence, but he's still got an outshot on the 56. But here come Devin Peterson with the 180 to leave himself tops left.
Beautiful
And
time.
this gives him the confidence or the opportunity to get back into this match and level
If you're going to hit one, that's the time to do it.
100%. So all he's thinking right now, level the match, I have the throw, 5-5, it's a best of 3 battle.
Yeah, this puts him in the driver's seat. Focus. Focus. Oh.
A little bit of a wayward dart there, eh?
Yeah. And this 98 is not going to be easy for Jan because he's going to be thinking 6-4 up, 6-4
I
up,
can tell you
6-4
now,
up.
Ty, if Johan closes 98, it's going to hurt him.
Will he go the 19 route?
He's going to go head on, double 19.
Yep. It's the right thing to do. Confidence.
Ooh, I can assure you that would have hurt Devin Peterson. He knows this 10 needs to go.
Straight for the double 5. Both players giving each other chances.
Yeah, I think if you look at the situation of the game, it's tensing up a bit. But both players knows the importance of this leg.
And the final is looming in their minds.
And just know when your hand steps back on doubles, that's exactly what happens. He finishes up because of the composure.
That's it.
And
Keep
that's
that
a
heart rate.
that's a massive lead for Johan, holding his throw and taking a 6-4 up. And Devin Peterson is on the back foot now. All he has to do now is hold, break, and hold the game to win the match.
Devin must just tap into the strengths he's had now in these last few tournaments. He's been throwing brilliantly,
100%.
and that's the return to form that we all love to see. And he's at any point, like we spoke about in the beginning, can pull it out. Right at any point.
I feel for both players, especially for Devin Peterson, where he is in the situation of the game. If Devin Peterson tap into the ability that we know that he can play, Johan will adapt to that because that's the player that Johan is. I mean, ask me, I've played numerous finals against Johan.
Sure.
And I feel that in this stage of the game, he has to take every opportunity that he has, because I can tell you now, Johan is comfortable. He's very comfortable.
As soon as one moves, the other one will move. There's
100%.
a dance going on. There's definitely a dance
But
going
like
on.
I said, it's like I said, don't ever write Devin Peterson off. And here you can see for yourself, coming with the 180, and he hits a 180 to get himself back in the game.
Stunning.
And I can tell you, Ty, that 180 is going to give this man confidence, because now he's probably telling himself, take this leg, go back strong, break the throw, and come back, and you have it for a last leg shootout.
That is it.
Because he knows Johan is nowhere in this game.
Options are getting low.
Yeah.
This is now the game plan.
So
B and C is no longer there.
exactly, and this comfortable leg is going to give him the confidence to break the throw in the next leg.
But he's got time. He's got
100%.
time, All Johan can do now is use this just to prep himself for the start of the next leg. Get his eye in as nice as he can for that next throw. Double 8. Perfect first start.
It's a great hole there for Devin. All he's thinking now, start off well.
Yep.
Because he has to break here for him to gain the advantage in the last leg decider. But keep in mind, Johan under pressure is a dangerous player. So it's going to be exciting stuff here. We got 2 legs to play. Let's see how this game pans out.
6-5 first to 7. Oh, Devin, he needs it. Needs the triple.
Not the greatest start there for Devin Peterson. That gives Johan a little bit of comfortability. But let's see what he can do here after Devin hitting only 22.
Like you say, sometimes the comfortability is at a negative thing. See what I mean? Like if Devon threw 100, it might have been, Johan would feel urged to hit something.
If you ask me, that 47 is what David Peterson needed, because he needs to throw a simple ton
ironic.
just to keep him in the game.
Mm-mm. Yeah. Good first start in the corner, giving him lots of space for the rest of the trip box. Second one placed nicely, but that dot is loose. Brave to go for it.
That's a good visit there from Johan.
Mm.
It puts a lot of pressure on Devin Peterson.
Ooh, nicely underneath the darts. Now players are starting to strike. Let's
Yeah.
see if Johan can build on this momentum.
I feel from here this could potentially be the game changer in this match. Probably looking at the 25. He's going to stay there. He decided to stay there. So he leaves himself in a bogey number. So I feel under this situation, Devin at least needs a 140 minimum here. And he gets it. He gets it. He gets it. So it's Johan's 175 plays Devin 179. Both players need to set this up. But the thing is, can the one set up and finish? And can the one get the second opportunity after the one misses?
Oof.
What a visit from Johan. 140.
Giving himself every chance. Devon needs to answer this. Moves to the right.
I can tell you now, Johan's going to play 332, and Johan has been solid on double 16.
He takes his time, composes himself, and this is, again, like you said, when he does that, it's dangerous. Ooh.
What an opportunity. Unlucky there from Johan. But can Devin Peterson take out a 118 to take us all the way? He needs to get over that dot. And he does. He does. Double 19. And Devin Peterson levels the match with a 118 to take us all the way.
It's the match we deserve.
This is exciting stuff. Remember what I said in the beginning? It was a slow start, although we don't have explosive averages. But I mean, they're taking us all the way. Exactly. They're playing a game where every player is trying to get over the hurdle. And here we have it, the last leg decider. And Devin Peterson has the darts to win this match. 100%.
Just like that. Now these iconic triples.
I feel under the cosh, in this pressure situation with 6-6, a ton is the perfect start.
It is the perfect start. Johan.
But keep in mind, with Johan and I playing numerous finals, going down to the wire, Johan has a lot of last leg deciders. So I feel this game could go any way. But if you look at Devin Peterson here, 61st dart, it shows the man is riding with confidence and he's coming back with a ton.
That's what's 100.
100%. So if you look at it, if Johan comes back with a ton, it puts Devin again in the driving seat. So Johan at least needs a 2 treble visit here.
That's his third or fourth bounce out. Oh.
Very
unlucky.
What is Devin Peterson thinking right now? This is my chance.
Opportunities. That's
Exactly.
what Africa's all about.
That's like the end of the world for Johan, if what he's thinking. And I mean, he's replying there at least. 100, that's all you need. That creates comfortability. But,
losing 2 darts.
but let's not write Johan off here, because with his ability, he can come back with a 180, with a 140, even a 134 here. That's exactly what he does. Exactly what he does. This is great stuff. Great stuff, Thailand.
Nail biter.
We have Nicole sitting here next to us. I think she can't take it.
95, also solid, just like 100.
That keeps him comfortably in the game. I think that a 140 here from Johan would definitely put pressure on this 106 and check that first dart tie.
He places a bit underneath the dart, so that wasn't the perfect lie for him. Should have switched. Let's see what he does with the last dart. Still tries to force it through. There's a bit of a blocker there.
I feel whatever happens here, you at least have an opportunity on the 152. But Devin with a 106, treble 18 for the match, double 16.
Nerves.
Ooh, just miss it. Can Johan Geldenhuys take out a 152 to secure the semi-final match? Just misses out, hitting way above the pin.
And
great recover there from a ton. All he can do right now, Ty, is just hope.
Hope.
Because Devin on 32.
We're
And he
holding
misses.
our breaths. Yeah,
He
we are
misses.
holding our
He
breath.
misses all 3 darts on 32. What an
I don't think
opportunity for
would have
Johan.
even believed that.
I don't think that he
yeah.
expected this. He cannot believe it. And if you look at
Massive
both
dart.
players are tensed up right now. I don't think Johan saw this.
No, and now he's got to compose himself for this.
What do you call 12 tops for 2032?
12.
I'm going to call 2032. I'm a 32 man. I'm going to call 2032. Because he hasn't missed it in this whole game. I'm pretty sure you're going to hear the roar. Yeah.
I'm going to hear the roll if this goes down. Man, the nerves. Our nerves, not their nerves. And the room goes quiet.
Double 8.
How many?
What? What? Ty, what is happening over here? It's tense. You can
He's got
hear
such a hard throw.
Devon, double 16,
And that's the game.
takes the match. And Devon Peterson, a thrilling first semi-final matchup in the African Continental Tour. Event 1, Devon Peterson, the victor of that match. I think it was enjoyable, eh, Ty?
I aged a year or two there. I'm sure
Wow.
they did too. It was what
Wow.
a fight.
Wow. I think
Yeah.
that was amazing stuff. And just if I may add, this is Devon Peterson's first ACT final.
Hey?
His very first ACT final. So I would say big ups to him. You know, he made the commitment to come out here and play the ACT us, the boys. And I think this is a great thing for him. We know that Johan has been on the winning streak for quite a long time. And we all know what Johan can do. I think that as a player of his caliber, no longer has to do so. I think fair play was really entertaining. 100%.
Very well. the ACT one for the semi-finals. We have Cole, Gabriel, Stephen Mark, and I'm joined with Cameron Jonathan again, commentating the ACT one.
Yeah, I think we will completed an exciting first semi-final round between David Peterson and Johan Gelderlays, both players in starts to get a victory in, and I think I think it was a big win for David Peterson playing in the ACT event. And I mentioned this yes, this was ACT
I was in the shock. I was like, oh wait, he hasn't played the ACT yet. This is how it's qualified. So it's going to be great for him. His it's fantastic. I can't wait. And this is the opponent he's going to face is going to be one of these two gentlemen.
And if you look at it, you've got Carl Gabriel, you've got Stephen Mark, and we've got both two experienced players who've been numerous times, not just in ACT events, but many other events that played out of the years. And I think that we are prepared to win the final. Any score predictions for this match?
That's a big
First to 6, first to 7.
I mean, 7-3, like the way around that. It's just because I played Cole so much more and I understand this kind of a bit further it goes. But maybe in this context, definitely I haven't seen much of him in the last year's SCTs. So
Yeah, I feel the viewers out there. I'm just going to add, that Stefan took a little bit of a break from dance. He's been going for these ACTs, and it's nice to see that he's back with us. He's back into winning form, semi-final form, and you can see him. I'm not going to choose a victor on this one, but I am going to call a 7-4 score result. Whoever gets there first, job well done to them. But we'll see what happens.
Look, Stefan has a caliber. Like you said, he may have taken a little break, but it's like riding a bicycle. And he's ridden a really good bicycle this weekend. Did really well. I think he won out against Sander Faddle to make his semi-final spot. And it was a close one because he was behind by 2 legs and he came back. So he's got fight in him, and he's proved it by making it to the semi-finals.
No, for sure. And I mean, I think as a young man, he's recently he's been a father of 2 kids. He's got a lot on his plate. But Stefan within the game, he's always seen as like the golden boy or the prince of darts here at the ACT. And I feel that it's been a while since he's had the limelight, ever since that first ACT 2 years ago in Johannesburg.
Sure.
And can he relive those moments? And I feel that if he had to reach a final year, that could ignite that old Stefan that we know he can be.
Well, especially reaching the semi-finals now, it's already proving a lot. Whatever happens, he's proven a hell of a lot to make it this far. And looking at how he's throwing, his form looks really good. He's going to lose here to Carl in the first leg, but it was Carl's leg to win, and he's just going to try and hold this throw. So I think he's doing a really great job. The game didn't run away with him, so hats off to him. Throws 100 again. He's throwing very consistently.
And I think that's a great start there for Carl Gabriel, holding his throw, taking a 1-0 lead. As before, the start is... it's okay for now, and I'm sure that it's going to pick up as we go along. And I really feel that this could potentially be a tight contest as well, like we had in the first semi-final.
Absolutely. I'd like to go back to something you said, and that's that he's had a child, and you've had one recently. And how does that affect you as a player? Maybe it's a bit of a Q&A to sort of us to understand where Stefan's head's at. How do you practice? I mean, you've got a kid to look after and raise when they're a baby. How does that work? How do you juggle that?
Well, I'm going to say this. You can't compare me to Stefan because Stefan got 2. I got 1, so job well done for Stefan of reaching this level. But to answer your question, Ty, I mean, it hasn't been easy on my end. My boy is 5 months old. He keeps us busy. I got sleepless nights. But I guess it comes with parenting. But I mean, I'm enjoying every minute of it. It's a change in lifestyle for me, but I'm still here. I'm still trying to do my best. When I do find the gap to practice and put the work in, I give it my all. And like when I play these tournaments, I do my utmost best.
It's definitely something I'll ask Stefan as well. Thanks for that insights, because it's like, when do you find time to practice? How do you balance everything? It's everyone's going through a challenge in their life, and kids is a natural thing that's going to happen. So yeah, absolutely.
So funny enough, you asked the question, when do you find time to practice? And if I might add,
Oh, sorry, just there, tops.
Yeah, to level
hold
the
his throw.
match.
Great.
If I might add, so Carl Gabriel also became a father. His boy is like just over 1 year old. And Stefan and Carl,
Wow.
because they're both dads, they were the only two players on the tour last year and the year before who had kids. So they could basically benefit from each other in the sense of this is the time that I'm available to practice. And we're talking like 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, because it suited them both. And I'm saying these are two young dads that are here. I learned from them in a sense of, how to balance, the darts, the dad life and all of that. So you got two guys here who basically, they
I'm with
they
you.
just been getting through it and, trying to do their best. But here they are, they're playing in the semi-final. And
Stefan's producing a great average off the bat, so I think my
100%.
prediction might be blown out the water, but that's okay. You've given yourself a swing bet there. So.
Hence I said I'm not going to choose a victor because it can go either way.
So, but I'd love to see it go all the way to a 6-6. I think those are the most entertaining, as we saw with the last semi-final. And they are giving us a game. It's now mid-shot, hits 100. Carl Gabriel, see the 259, what you throw 100, you got 159. So what do you do when you throw your... Well, I was going to say, if you throw an 80, is there anything you can do? No. 25? No?
I think on a 259, if you do miss that treble 20, you have to look at the 90 in the route just to give yourself a chance in the last start. And what a score here from Stefan Vermaak.
Beautiful.
I do feel that, Carl has been with us all the way through all the events that had transpired in the 2024 season, and we haven't seen much of Stefan Vermaak. And I do feel that if Stefan Vermaak do end up winning this game, it's going to be massive for him because it's a great confidence booster. He's back into the fold of the ADG or the African Continental Tour, and I'm sure if he can win this tournament, he's going to feel that he's back and that old Stefan that we know that he can be. He's just going to ride that wave of confidence.
Yeah, and it'll be lovely to have him at more ACT events. That's the thing with the ACTs is this chance to play against all these strong names. South Africa's big. It's a lot of traveling. It's not like Europe where it's all a little bit closer. Everything costs what it costs. But to see all the people from the different provinces and get together, it's nice when more people can come because it's just more opportunity,
Tops left for Carl Gabriel to take a 2-1 lead. Just misses out there.
Giving Stefan the shot on the 5-5.
To break the throw. And he
To
does
break
so.
the throw.
He does so early in the game. And as you can hear, the fans are behind because remember, Ty, this is his hometown.
Right, yes.
This is Stefan's hometown. So Stefan is the favorite in this tournament with the crowd behind his back. And if you can look in the crowd, you have tomorrow's the World Youth Championship qualifier, and you've got all the juniors from the city that's backing him up because he's been an example to these kids. And like I said, we haven't seen Stefan for a while on stream, and if he can be the victor here, I think it will be a real confidence booster for him.
He's inspiring many people as well. He's someone that people look up to, so I think that's a beautiful part of it too. And just to analyze his throw a little bit here, because he's got a deep, long, nice throw. Like it's so textbook. Elbow up, nice follow through. If anyone wants to look at what a follow through looks like, that's what it looks like.
And if you can see here, he's actually playing with some great form here. And I do feel that if Stefan does keep the standard up, he's going to be a tough customer for Carl Gabriel because based on Carl Gabriel's quarterfinal and Stefan's intense quarterfinal he had against Zander Vidal, I feel that after Carl's game against myself, he just basically dropped a bit, and Stefan's constantly been on that high. So I feel Carl's going to have to take it up here a notch in order for him to get over the hurdle against Stefan.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to do a bit more than he did in his previous match. And that's the nature of this tournament.
Bullseye for Stefan. Ooh, he just misses out. Now you see, Ty, that is confidence. Knowing that your opponent is not on a double, that's confidence because he can do it.
Yeah,
and
it's a youthful thing too.
I mean, you look at it, he's just shy of a 90 average. He's riding, you have all this confidence in him, and I do feel that we're going to have an exciting match here.
Momentum. You need to know when you have momentum. That's 100%. When you do that outshot. And confidence is half of darts.
100%.
If you're confident, then that's half the darts. All right. 85 plays 71. Averages aren't everything, but it's a telling sign of what Stefan's doing.
I'm excited. 32.
This is an important leg for Stefan, just to take out the city 2, to hold the throw, take a 3-1 lead.
Slice is giving Carl Gabriel a shot at 108. Not an impossible outshot by any chance. You know, anything over 100 is trickier, but 108 is a bit nicer. And he hits that 51. Get his shot at 16.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity there for Carl to level the match, but Stefan Vermaak comes back
3-1.
to bag a 3-1 lead, and this creates some comfortability for Stefan.
Indeed. The assassin. Carl Gabriel doesn't have a nickname.
No.
Still not. We've had we poked some fun at him. But
Yeah, I remember, like, we were throwing so much names at him. We even said, I think you mentioned, like, the Archangel.
The Archangel, Gabriel the Archangel.
I told him, I said, let's keep it simple. I said, let's keep it the chili. And he was,
He
he
liked that.
almost took it. And I was like, I even told him, take Batman.
Batman. The Dark Knight.
Or something like that, you know.
But a name is important. You want to build a brand around yourself. So for these players, they're also learning how to navigate that part of darts. And it's an important part, the face of who you are as a player and who you present yourself as.
But I mean, it just shows you the simplicity of Carl Gabriel, because if you ask him, who are you? He says, I'm Carl Gabriel, and that's it.
I
You
am
know?
the Carl Gabriel.
That's
That's what his name should be.
keyword, the Carl Gabriel.
Yep. And that's what the Carl Gabriel does.
Yeah, that's a great reply there, 140, just to give him a little bit of a lead in this game. But here comes Stefan, brilliant first dart. And you can see it just based on how his dart is going into the board. It shows lots of confidence. He looks like he's comfortable in his game. I mean, we all know how Carl throws. I mean, you never know what you can expect from him. But he's doing well for himself just to keep himself in the game. And I think that we have a great contest going on here.
Excellent contest. Stefan really showing his grouping, his consistency. It's fantastic. Look at how
I mean,
close
brilliant.
those darts are.
119 just to keep himself into the game. But I mean, Carl's been okay on the double tops, double 10, and he goes down to the double 5, and he just misses out.
He just slices that.
And
But
I feel
it's beautiful.
I feel if Stefan can take a 146 here, this is going to be a massive game changer.
And it's really feeling possible. He's making us believe because he's throwing so
100%.
beautifully.
It's like I said, we haven't seen Stefan Vermaak in a while. So if he can do this in his hometown and come back, imagine the confidence booster. Imagine the kids that are here from the city who's playing in the World Youth Championship quality. This is massive for them. It's massive for his hometown. And I think this is just brilliant for darts in a whole.
It's funny he gets to be the underdog again. It's not fair.
Exactly.
It's not fair.
It just makes things so much comfortable for him. And I'm going to be honest with you, Ty, I wish I could be that guy because I can play a bit, you know. But I mean, I guess it just comes with the game. It comes with the title.
Sure, absolutely. Double 10 also gets his shot at the double 5. Great. These players are hitting it, right? This is beautiful.
I can say, in my experience playing against Carl Gabriel, the double 20, double 10, double 5 segment, that's his strength.
Yeah, absolutely. So Stefan needs to start this strong, or doesn't need to. He's going to. I think that's what we're. The theme
I think in this leg with a 3-2 leg, he has to throw here. And like I said, you know, a ton is a decent start just to give yourself that head start. Carl replying there with a ton, but can Stefan really put something big here just to give himself a solid lead?
It was neat. Just slice to the left.
A little bit of a wayward chuck there from Stefan, but this gives Carl the opportunity to come back into the game because remember, Carl Gabriel wants to break the throw here, and he does so leveling with a ton. And if he does break the throw, he has the throw in the next leg, and that gives him the advantage again.
Absolutely. This is the game they're playing now at this 3-2 stage. Stefan's a little bit ahead in terms of the legs, but Carl takes this leg and it all changes again. Flips it on its head. So let's see if he can peg another 100. He likes to throw underneath the 2 darts. See, like he did there.
It's amazing how he does that.
I don't know how. Because his darts don't up like that, you know. So he's got a way. And he also shouldn't throw underneath that dart. He can throw through it.
I feel this is brilliant stuff from Stefan Vermaak. It's nice to see that this lad is back into the fold and, you know, he's really producing some decent stuff. And, you know, he's showing that, you know, he just looks like a new player, like a new young man, like he's more focused and
being a father
161.
maybe helped.
Oh,
look, he's getting these shots. See, because maybe the patience. You learn new skills as your life changes and you go through these milestones.
Sometimes you need that.
So that's it. You find something.
That could be your drive or your motivation.
Yeah.
become a professional darts player, you provide for your family.
100%.
You know?
Stefan Vermaak has 72 left here to hold his throw. If he does, it gives him a comfortable 4-2 lead. Double 6 for a 4-2 lead. And he does it. He gets it on the third dart. And what a leg there from Stefan Vermaak. I feel that was a very important 18-dart leg for him to take a 4-2 comfortable leg. The averages is decent enough from his side. And I do feel that this is going to put Carl on the back foot.
I apologize for my previous prediction.
Like
You
I
put me
said,
in a spot there.
I'm not going to call a victor. I'm going to call a 7-4 win.
Sure. I'm glad to be wrong. I'll be glad to be wrong because he's making me a believer. And that's what sport is supposed to do. It's supposed to inspire people.
100%. And it's like you said earlier, what is sport without commentary, Ty? Eh?
Quietness.
There we go.
Watch a game of rugby with no commentary? No, thank you. No, it's good to be here. It's good to have you in the commentary box. You're new to commentary and you do it like a duck in water. So that's great. Is that a great say?
Look, I've always said, if I'm not playing on stream, I would love to jump on comms. Because I do feel it's very important, that you give a little bit of a player's background. I think just by playing against these guys, most times gives you a little bit of insight. Or just unlucky there on the 180. But it's a good 135 there for Stefan. It keeps him in this match as both players are 256 and 264 after 9 darts. Carl coming back with a ton, at least gave him a potential 15 darter. But can Stefan produce something good here? Just to keep him in contention of this leg.
Oh, that last dart was almost underneath there. What she's been doing a lot of. It's Carl's chance now to hold his throw and make it 3-4 with a great last dart.
Yeah, that was good recovery there because it gives him a nice 2-dart check out. Worst case scenario, it's single for the double.
I'll sneak this last one in.
What a score there from Stefan. That pressures that 74 from Carl. Carl knows this has to go because if it doesn't go, Stefan can potentially take a 5-2 lead.
And it's a comfortable 64 is a very comfortable outshot for many players.
And he misses. He misses. This is a massive opportunity for Stefan Vermaak in the course of the game.
It's a breaker throw at 4-2.
Ooh, double 8 for a 5-2 lead. Ooh, he just misses it.
And look how fast his maths is. He's very quick at calculating. It's impressive. Very impressive. It's kind of like Rickard Rapid Fire Evans. I don't know how that guy calculates. Nice.
Check out there from Carl. He knows the importance of that leg because that just keeps him back into the game. But Stefan Vermaak is still in the driving seat of this match because now he has to throw to double his lead again and take a 5-3 win.
Absolutely.
But Carl Gabriel, who's still on the back foot, I wouldn't say he's feeling the pressure
He
as
just
yet.
stopped the bleeding there.
Yeah, but what I can say is that he knows he needs to break the throw to level pegging, but Stefan does know that he needs to pounce on this leg to keep that 2-leg deficit.
See, Stefan just needs to hold what he's doing. Carl needs to up a little bit.
Exactly.
And that's pressure.
And if you look at it, Stefan is maintaining solid form here. He got an 81 average. He's been through the 80 average range throughout this whole match. We both know that he can do much better. But we haven't seen explosive stuff yet. But I think under the cosh, the guys are playing decent stuff. And they're doing well for themselves to hold their own.
Yep, a lot of 100 pluses. It'll be nice to see the stats after this. They're just really consistently throwing decent scores. We'd like to see some 12 darters, some 13 darters come out because we know that's what's in these players' back pockets at any point.
A little bit of a force there on the last dart, but it still puts him in a comfortable league in this leg because Carl coming back.
Striking well there with the 180.
What a 180. That shakes things up a bit, eh?
It does.
Because now that gets Stefan thinking.
He must throw 100 plus.
Yeah, he needs to set up this 2-3-1 to give him 6 darts because Carl will come back and set this 1-9. And if he do set it up, he has the darts to level the match.
Yep, he'll have 6 darts from this, so he wants a good shot, 2 trebles. Ooh, and this is a tricky part.
Both players not making use of this great opportunity. But great recover there from Carl Gabriel. I'd feel at least give him a treble single outshot to the ball. But can Stefan put some real pressure on the 1-2-6?
He's smiling there because he knows these wayward fives.
But I feel the 85 is solid enough as a recovery on the last dart. But Carl, 126. Oh, he just hits the 7. So no outshot for him. But Stefan comes back with a 105 to potentially take a 5-3 lead.
We'll start on the 20s, leaving himself 85, misses the 45, sets up. And that means Carl's going to go for likely trip 20.
100%.
Yeah.
Remember I said Carl's decent on double 20, but
I don't know
let's
if
see
he'll do
what
double
happens
double.
here.
No,
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 he's not that guy. It's a great life for him. Hasn't been consistent on double 20 like we know he can be. But this is a huge opportunity for Stefan on a
20,
5-2,
yeah.
double 16. And he does it.
Very nice.
Takes a 5-3 lead against Carl Gabriel in a race to 7. And this definitely put Carl on the back foot now because Stefan is 2 legs away to winning the match. And Carl knows he got to put a lot of work in here to get himself back into this match.
Anything can happen at this point because it becomes the last mile of a race. And when you see that finish line in your eyesight, it can change your temperament. So how Stefan handles these next 3 legs is going to be indicative of his final burst to the finish line. And hopefully he just holds his run. He must just hold. Just hold. While Carl's bearing down on him. 55. Stefan needs a nice big throw after throwing a smaller first start throw. He hits the treble, follows it up with a second treble. I feel like I say it just before it happens. Like
I feel this is decent stuff from Stefan for Mark. Like I said, I'll mention it again. It's good to see him back in such great form, and we all know, his true potential. And check at that again, great first start. He's doing a lot of good recovery shots by hitting the triple 20, or maybe just switching on that last dart, just basically bagging that recovery shot, which is good. And if you can look here, 194 versus 360. He's maintaining his lead very well because the importance of this leg is tremendous. 60-60.
that
like
first dart's on the
140.
left of the trip
Exactly.
20. Every time just sitting there on that left.
If he takes this leg out, he's going to break the Carl Gabriel throw to take a 6-3 lead, and then he's going to throw for the match.
Coming very close to a prediction of yours. We'll see what happens in the next 3 legs.
Cool. 7-4.
Excellent.
Brilliant stuff. With a 6-3 lead, I think I'm going to be like, come on, Carl, so that I can get my prediction right, and then Stefan take the last one.
That's it.
No, I'm kidding. I'm only joking. But brilliant stuff there from Stefan. Good 14 darter. He has the darts to take us all to take himself home.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy it went this way.
I think it's really good for him. Like I said, I'm going to say it again. It's good to see Stefan Vermaak back on stream. This boy got so much potential. He's one of the futures under the ADG. And, like I said, great form. He's doing well for himself. He's holding his own. And I do feel that if he does overcome this game, I think it's going to be an awesome game against Devin Peterson, who's waiting in the final.
For a great final, yeah. But yeah, stunning on his home ground. I think there's something special about doing it on your home turf. It's nice to do it out somewhere else, but on your home turf, that's where you should do it. And he's really, really, really showing up.
100%. You from George, right? How would it feel if we had to have an African continental tour out in George?
It would feel great. Because when you travel and you're staying in accommodation and you've got to travel to venues, you're a little bit, it's outside of your norms. So to have the comfort of being at a home venue and having your friends come watch and having that whole camaraderie, it's a beautiful thing. So that would be fantastic. And who's to say it won't happen?
Yeah, hopefully it's on the cards for years to come. And let's hope that it happens.
It is a nice central point between
it
some
is,
places
it
in
is,
the southern
because
part of South Africa.
Because I always say, you guys are, in terms of traveling when you're driving, it's more central than anything.
Sure.
I think you guys are doing like 5 hours max.
Yes, yeah.
So imagine everyone goes there. It's so much easier.
Sure. Except for Kenya. Sorry, Kenyans.
Carl Gabriel, double 20. To keep himself in this match.
The double 5's been good to both of them.
You think he's thinking about it?
He has to. You can't give Stefan this 1-2-4 shot.
I think with the way he's playing, he's probably going to fancy it.
54.
Oh, just missed the
so
side.
close. The Carl will go straight at this double 5. It's an important dart, obviously. If he doesn't hit this, he's likely to go out. And now it's in Stefan's hands.
It's a great opportunity here for Stefan just to wrap up this match. Oh, unlucky.
Interesting route.
I feel this is the last opportunity for Carl Gabriel because I
Mm.
think with the way Stefan is playing, he's probably going to come hard at this 28. But Carl needs to take the shot out to keep himself in the match.
Good marker. Well, he needs to marker it, and he hits it.
Well, the way Carl's darts lie, it's always underneath. They're not over
Yeah.
the top, like Phil Taylor style.
Yeah. Double ones. Good for him then. And your prediction is very close to happening.
so far, I'm still in the running for that.
And then he hits the next one in the trip 20 because that's what he does. No, not this time. All right.
You feel you're after that 61st dart, Stefan is probably looking for like a ton or 140 here just to take that heavy lead, and he does so with a
Fixed
140.
it beautifully. That first dart was off, and he took his time with the second dart, and then he
100%.
just followed the third dart up.
That's
Beautiful.
That's exactly what he needs, knowing that he's throwing against the throw because he knows that's going to give the lead. And as you can see, Carl Gabriel coming back with another 60, hasn't hit a treble yet, so he's got trebleless visits.
This is the pacing
And
part of the
yeah.
first to 7.
And Stefan Vermaak is just pounding. He's pouncing on Carl Gabriel, and it's applying constant pressure.
Good last start there from Cole Gabriel. Stefan not too concerned. If he hits 100, yeah, he sets himself up with a 161, which I hope he goes for if he hits that. Ooh.
If you ask me, this is brilliant stuff in the course of this game because he's doing well for himself just to make sure that he want to get through this leg. But if you look here in the situation, Carl needed that 140
needed
to
that.
keep himself in the game.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Shows his caliber.
Oh shit.
Mhm. All right, he's got 201 left. Hits the trip 5. Hits the trip 20.
Brilliant from Stefan
Oh,
Vermaak.
what a
That is
shot.
exactly what he needs in the situation of the game. I say you can see the finishing line.
He can see the finishing line. Absolutely. Went for the trip 10, missed. Got 26. Here's the tops. Oh, oiky.
Stefan
What a
Vermaak,
shot.
our second semi-final victor. And I call it tie, 7-4 win.
Called it? We called it. What can I say?
I think it was brilliant stuff from Stefan Vermaak. Like I said, it's good to see him back. He's back in winning form. He's in the final of the first ACT in his home venue. And I think we got a game coming up here for everyone to watch. You got Devin Peterson versus Stefan Vermaak.
Yeah, and we'll see that game probably in the next half an hour. I'm excited with the average Stefan Vermaak put down here with an 83 average. It was a beautiful game. It was exciting to watch. P is here.
Cool.
Thanks, everyone. See you soon for the final at the ACT 1 in Kaberga.
Welcome back to the boardwalk, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Mecca. With me, I have Simon Adams. Saint, I think everybody knows him by now. Simon, I think this is going to be the latest finals between the Vault and the Peterson. I actually can't wait to see the results. Can't wait to see the results. So, what are your comments?
Well, I welcome everybody. I know everybody's familiar with Simon's St. Adams and there's other introductions needed. So we've reached the final and it's almost like cut and paste from the previous finals. Oh no, the last time I think it was Zion was in the finals with Leanne.
Oh, who?
With Leanne.
The Leanne. So
Yeah.
it was, but I think Cassidy, remember, Quebec, Cassidy was in the final. So, I mean, this is not cut and paste. I think this is the first time that Valerie is on the stage. So, yeah. And I think for her it's quite an exciting a time. I mean, but we're really putting so much effort into the women this year, and wanting to get one of our ladies on the international stage. I think you can tell them exactly how it's been, how it feels to be on that international stage. But you can just imagine them standing there in front of all this, in front of the crowd, having to perform. It's not easy.
Well, to perform with the Oki, you can practice and train as much as you can, but the feeling that you're experiencing, the emotions that you need to control, that's something that you can't really practice. So the more you get yourself into situations like this, being in the finals, being in the quarterfinals, the better you become at handling those emotions, because you know whatever happens inside of you is what's impacting your throw. It's the rhythm. But I think the one that controls it better, that's normally the one that produces the goods.
And Leonie seems to be quite consistent on the 20s at the moment. She seems to be, and I think Val is finding that ones a little bit too much at the moment, but I'm sure she'll get her.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of jitters.
Absolutely, I think so. And Leonie, I think she's really got a game face on at the moment. I'm going to hand over the commentary now to our trusted Tyrone. Thanks, Tyrone.
Yeah, welcome, Tyrone. You're back from the short break.
Thank you.
I think the ladies have just started off now. I think Valerie Peterson is a little bit nervous. It's been a while since she's been in the finals. I think the last final she played was also here in Quebec.
Yes.
Against the local hero Marilyn Bruce.
But no stranger to the stage, no stranger to finals. Very composed player as usual. Leonie's also got her pedigree and has played. It was an American tournament that we had about a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these ladies both have big match temperament, I'd say. You know, that's something you need to gain, and you gain with experience.
And you know, when you come up out of an experience overseas, it stretches you. You can never go back to be the same. You always have the edge.
And yet at the ACTs, we're surrounded by players like yourself and Lemay and them who have gone overseas, gotten that experience, and come back and shared it with us, because that's sort of how we sort of vicariously live through the experiences and the opportunities that are provided to players, and new players getting this opportunity is what's so fascinating. And now we get to watch the culmination of that experience on the board, which is stunning. Very good scores throwing here for a start. I mean, 21 darts coming close to a close. Very, very good for these ladies.
Yeah, I think the standard of the ladies' game has slightly improved over the years, but I think it needs. We need to spend more time with the Okis.
Absolutely.
And I think there's so much talent out there that hasn't been exposed to this, and we understand why. But a 56 should be a 2-dart finish, and probably now a 3-dart finish. And they're 24, and it should be the old traditional 32 left.
Absolutely, but I hear exactly what you're saying, and it's competition drives more growth. And the more ladies that come into the fold, the more competition that gets created, rivalries, excitement. That's what we all in the men's division play for. And I think it's growing. It's definitely growing, and I think it's growing. And that's what's exciting, is that this is just another platform for the ladies to grow and showcase what they can do and become better players by being beaten and win, and that feeling of winning. And you just need a lot of that with different personalities. So
I just think it's the more it all comes down to the development of more players. We have gotten used to the player that we see here, every woman series in and out.
Sure.
I don't say it's becoming boring, but we should reach a point where we really go out there and develop these women. And you know, with the international dart school league that's being launched by Devon, and the blueprint is right here in Quebec.
Yes, congrats.
You will see the girls coming through, and there's a lot of girls that shows so much potential. And it seems that Val is getting into the game. This is probably the first visit that there was a triple. It seems that Val is getting into the game.
And she wants to
And,
compose herself for this
yeah,
last
yeah.
start. She needs to set up something now so it puts pressure on Leone's 24. And that is always going to be on their mind.
Yeah, and I think when you're on a double like this and you have missed like 3 chances at it, it starts to work on your mind now.
The ladies have a
Yeah.
lot of practice at it. I'll give them that. So they spend a lot of their time fighting each other on the doubles. And it becomes something they get used to. But it's we know, any player knows the stress of giving someone else the opportunity to close, because that's all it is if you miss, someone else has a chance. That's nerve-wracking. So I take it they've got a lot of practice in that department. So I don't think nerves plays a role as much as trying to get that line straight. Beautiful double. Just waiting for the score to update there, but it's great. Valerie take the first one. It's a break, a throw as well, which is very important in a best-of format or a first-2 format. You want to hold your throw. That's your goal basically. If you won the bull and you hold your throw, you win, and that shows the importance of the bull. And very people undervalue the bull as a tool on the board. And starting 3 darts is a lot of darts.
Absolutely, but you know, if you look at this game and it's the nature of the game at times. Leonie was leading in the scoring. She was good scoring, and then it's a case of if you miss, you lose.
Sure.
And if you get a chance like Val did, she made fully use of that opportunity. And I think it even starts off in your practice, where there's so many components and aspects of the game that you need to practice. And the rule of the game is you have to close on the double.
Absolutely. And I think there's a question to be posed here to the 19s versus the 20s. I always am a great proponent for the ladies to go the 20 route, but we very rarely realize the strength it takes over long format tournaments to throw higher up on the board if you're shorter. And we're long players, so it's fine for us, and men are generally, the muscles carry that through over long 8-hour, 10-hour tournaments.
Yeah.
My dad is quite old, and he struggles with the 20s, so he goes the 19s. But I'm always going to say, rather find a way to get to that 20s, because a straight line is a beautiful shot. So both these ladies playing on the 20s is really important to me, that women take that step to use the 20s. No matter how comfortable you are on the 19s, if you ever want to elevate your game and compete, and ACTs is a competitive environment. Yes, it welcomes new. Anyone's welcome. You should come test yourself and see where do you fit and find who you are as a darts player. You could do that at the ACT very well. And on the competitive side, though, I'm very impressed that they are hitting these 20s.
And as a coach and a player, I think when I started to play the way I coached the game, my game improved.
Sure.
And it's 4 simple things that I look at. I call it the quartet of fundamentals: stance, balance, posture, and release. And when I look at the players, is your stance comfortable?
Sure.
Do you have balance? Is there enough posture? Do you lean over into the dart? And how do you release? And we always coach with release with the straight arm.
Yes.
So the way Valerie released the darts is that she doesn't come to her full potential. And even Leonie, when I look at it, the stance is nice, the balance is nice, there's posture, but the release for me
it's not a
is
full follow
yes.
through.
And I normally coach our youngsters by saying that, guys, you're not coming to your full potential, and you know what, you can perfect that bad habit. You can actually be good at it, but it will not bring in your full potential. And if you
Absolutely, I hear what you're saying.
if you look at what the professionals are doing and what sets them apart is that technique. I mean, there are some professionals that still struggles a bit, but it's almost like touching the dartboard.
And while you're saying that, I'm looking at it. Like, take the throw, for instance. Without that full follow through, it almost feels like to you who doesn't do a full follow through, you feel like you have more power.
Yes.
But you don't. It's sort of release early,
Yes.
follow through, and the dart will go higher than you think it should. And I think it's just like realizing it.
Yeah. And
I
it's
think, yeah.
and it's something that you need to practice.
Yeah.
And the other aspect is, I mean, the guys that knows about the sport, there's always a recommendation, because women has a lobbing action and not a forceful
I hear
action.
you. Yes,
That
yes.
they should have heavier darts.
Mm.
And that's the only thing I know, and
I
the
hear you.
theory behind it.
Mm.
But most of the women are using 25 grams and
I
more.
didn't know that. That's a very interesting fact.
So and you will see men with a lot of forceful action into the use lighter darts.
Sure.
And that helps, and especially where if I look at what is missing in the technique, because if the technique is solid, then everything else can follow, because then you have to just control how you execute the technique
Absolutely.
and the emotion experience at that point in time in that final, because I can tell you now, those guys are nervous.
Sure.
It
That's
doesn't matter
also
how long.
a component of the game, regardless.
Yeah. I mean, I plays darts for so long. I still get nervous,
Yes.
but it's how you manage it, how you breathe, how you control it, because it does affect your release.
Absolutely. Yeah, May doing quite well to get on a double early, and again, like I said, there's a lot of practice that the ladies put in,
Yes.
and she showcases.
Yeah.
She's obviously closes. She reaches a lot of finals, so they have a lot of opportunity to get that winning feeling, because that's you chase that.
Yes.
Confidence.
Yeah.
And the confidence is the other component. I know
Yeah.
you've got the quartet of
Well,
skills there.
the confidence comes when closing the game.
The mind game, the part that's in your head. What are you saying when you
Yeah.
throw? What do you feel? How do you? Are you changing things? What do you do? You know, like I think we always sheltered from what's in the person's mind,
Yes.
and especially on the double, especially on the double.
But you'll be amazed sometimes. I'm gonna let out a secret. There are times that I struggle in the game, that I changed my grip 3 times on the dart.
Sure,
You know, and that's dangerous,
it is.
because if it means you're not starting to believe in the preparation.
You're thinking
Not-
you have to fix something,
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
to.
No,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
at all. You just stick to your guns. You must believe in yourself and execute. And you know, confidence comes by winning, they say. I don't know who said it. It's definitely not me, but you know, these clever people and wise people and experienced people, they say things that we ordinary people must remember and apply to, you know.
Sure.
But I'm sure the game is going to open up a bit, because the guys are over the first 2 legs. It's a short format of playing, and but I think Liane looks the more composed of the
sure.
2 players here. But Val is a fighter.
Absolutely.
She never gives up. She's always in there, and I know if she gets an opportunity to close the game, she will do it like in the first leg.
Absolutely. Now she was throwing, Val was throwing the trip 20 or the 20s really well. Both ladies hit the trip 20, and she moved to 19s now. It's again that decision to shift is a confidence thing, because in her mind she's like, I felt like maybe I was missing some 20s, I'm going to go to the 19s, because that's the war within yourself.
Yeah.
You want to go where you think you're going to have the most success. So now I think she goes for the tops again, because she had no success on the 19s.
Yes.
Now you're splitting your focus around the
Yeah.
board. Instead, you know, it's better to try and fix something, and that this throw might mean she switches to the 19s again. And I think a player needs to just, you know, that confidence level of choosing, and you're saying, okay,
Yeah.
I understand I'm going to miss starts. It happens. Devin hit the 5s and he hit 1s.
Yeah.
He hit a 26. We all do. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to print out every pro player I like's 26s that they throw on TV and put it against my wall and say, they all threw 26s. I can throw 26s. It's okay, but I'll also throw 180s.
Yeah,
You know?
sometimes it's also a case of if you do the same thing over and over and expect a different result.
It's
It's
madness.
yeah. So all of that goes through your mind.
Sure.
And I think sometimes it's good to make that change, that switch,
Mm-hmm.
but it's something you have to practice.
Yes.
Something you have to do in the practice room, because once you come and do something that you didn't practice or prepare
Yes.
for, you know, it
Absolutely.
could make the situation worse for you on the day.
Beautiful throw from Val there.
No,
First dart was really nicely in the corner there. 83, stunning dart. And she needed that to even up the game with Liane. Now Liane needs to hold her throw and push ahead. And at 26, so Valerie's got a chance here to move ahead if she can throw a 60 plus,
yes.
which is what they're sort of going to play against here. Because
No, for
anyone can
sure.
throw a triple at any time, but it's maintaining that confidence in that lead,
Yeah.
especially when you hold a throw.
But to break a throw, as we saw with the men's semi-finals, the breaker throws, they do damage. Because mental damage.
Well, it's a case of not making use of your opportunity. If you don't, the other person will.
Absolutely.
And it's a matter of just taking your opportunities. But I think these opportunities that's created by the African Dart Group is great, or I should say it's good. To make it great, I would like to see it happening every month or every week, but that is where the franchises are there for, and the more we have opportunities to participate, the more we create an opportunity to perform at this level. I think the better we will get, because I think the gap between us and the rest of the world, especially with women darts, that's huge.
Yes.
We have to be realistic about that. Is that we can't be world beaters with the performance that we currently have.
But it shows room for growth, and growth is a very, very exciting place to be, because there's only one way up, and I like that.
Absolutely, it's like learning, man. I know Professor Leo Buscali. The poor man is late now, but he said something very profound that stuck with me over the years. He said it's an insult to an old dog if you can't learn new tricks.
I like that.
So it's constant learning, and while you have that approach to life, it will be constant growth.
But there'll come more opportunities like Devon has made with the WDF that we've now entered an agreement into, which is fantastic. So there's all these phases, right, for growth in the sport. And, the World Championships, World Youth Qualifiers, World Cup, you've got Modus, and now you've got the WDF. And, these opportunities just keep growing and growing and growing, and they will grow in the ladies' space too, and they're growing in our youth space. And it's just very, very exciting to see more opportunities at mid-level. And I say mid-level I mean between PDC and where we're at. Because I said to Cameron earlier, he's gone to the big stage, but he hasn't played on the Modus yet. I want to see what he does on the Modus. Like there's all these middle grounds that players need to actually aim for. You got to aim and grow.
And I discovered why I do better out of the country than in here.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to do all the running around.
Yes, you focus on other areas.
Yeah. And there, I just walk into the room,
play your game,
and play my game.
It's
and
hard.
It's all set up.
And you see, in a developing country like ours, or in developing sport, in where we are in our ADG lifespan at the moment, a lot of the good players are in management or in something. I'm a franchise owner myself with Sander and the Rams, and we are balancing all that because there are very few people that are equipped to take the reins, that have all the knowledge and the connections, and that's important that the people with the knowledge do take up those reins and try and do something for the sport.
I think that was 18 scored.
But yes, it is a difficult one to carry.
Yeah.
Lima throwing 11, leaving with 37.
That's a good option. Even 34 is a difficult number to go, because if the accuracy is not on, if she had to go for the 5 to be a better double left, there's a 12 and a 20 to negotiate.
Absolutely. So playing the odds there, which is the right thing to do.
And you could get that any time in your training session, but when you are nervous and you're at the stage,
everyone's better on the training board, or at home, on your home board.
Okay, there, Valerie has set it up nicely on double 4.
Leonie is going to feel this needs to go. Double
I think she's thinking of splitting it up. Oh no, she's going for it. There's a lot of thinking going on, and you have to make up your mind from the start before you go to the hockey.
You have to.
That is something that puts you at a disadvantage if you do that, because you must make that decision. She did go for it.
So I did a bit of a study once about how long it takes to concentrate, to refocus, and it's 4 to 6 seconds. So if you are deciding on the hockey between a 2 and a 6,
baby shoes. Sorry, Darren. we call that's a good close. First start close.
Baby shoes never lose.
Look here, I don't know where the name for double 4 comes from, but I'm coming back to your thought that you just said. But the name baby shoes for double 2, I really don't know. And there's a guy here that played darts very well long time ago. He passed on, Georgie Swarboy, and that was his favorite double. And so I call on my ancestors when I'm double 2 left. That I
Yes.
will say, come on, Georgie, swart boy. But nobody hears that.
No. It's interesting, yeah, double 2 baby shoes.
I really don't know where it comes from. Somebody needs to share that with us. You know?
We all
Somebody
know
needs
why the one is Madhouse. There's no contention there.
yeah,
But it was a beautiful double.
it was a good round. It was a good. It was a good rhyme when Ed House
Yeah.
was in the
Yes.
Madhouse in that, that European championship that they
nickname.
played.
Yeah, no, the concentration thing, we did a thing for our work study where they were focusing work concentration, and they attached
Yeah.
machines, EEG machines, to our head, and then they would determine how long it takes for us to focus. And it
Yes.
was 4 to 6 seconds. So if you're standing on the Oki and you're thinking about 2 and a double 17 like that, if you don't
Mhm.
wait 4 to 6 seconds, your focus has not returned unless you train it. And that is something you don't just know that. That's a scientific thing. So
She was brother.
it's interesting, eh?
That's
So-
quite interesting to know.
So before you stand on the Oki, that's why the pros walk up, they step on the Oki, and they kick it because they're not looking down.
Yeah.
And you should actually pace how many steps you take. Plan how many steps it is. Don't look down because you need the 4 seconds.
Man,
And
that
not rapid fire Ricky. He
yeah,
needs
yeah,
no
yeah,
seconds.
She was, and some guys just perfect
Yeah.
the habit that they developing, and
Sure. Muscle memory is important, but
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're using your mind because you want to think, then that comes into play. And normally our minds are a problem.
yeah,
Hence why the practice board is easier.
it reminds me of Dartwood Mets,
Yeah.
you know, Devon's latest brainchild.
Sure.
And I learned something in the presentation. We met up with representatives from Macro in Quebec,
Yes.
which is a very, very they're awesome management over there,
Great.
and we're so grateful for them supporting
Their
us.
sponsorship.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So Devon and I went to meet with them,
Mm.
but before we met, we walked into the. We did some floor walk.
Yes.
And here's Devon pictures appearing on all the merchandising equipment, and the guy that works there, he was unsure if he could recognize Devon. I said, "No, man, you can almost see it's not me. This man is young and handsome." And it was nice to observe. They were very, very glad to do that.
And
you
we'll
know?
circle back to the dartsboards maths shortly because I want to talk a bit about that.
Yeah.
But Liam May on a 1-4-3 here with 15 darts. Really very, very good performance this leg. Throws a nice, neat 60. I like to go the 90s route on 1-4-3 because I've just hit that combination a few
Yeah.
times. You go to the 18s afterwards. But 83 after 18, fantastic. Valerie got a lot of work to do here if she wants to get claw back into this leg. She's ahead 2-1. And it is her holder throw. So Leonie will break the throw here if she gets the opportunity. Valerie at least through a trip 80 there.
It'll be
20
nice
there.
to see what the breakdown is. Oh, that is 6 or 51. That could be 6. Yes, she stays down there. It's always good that you know all the uneven numbers because
Absolutely. Which the
dart is
ladies
all
do.
about even and uneven numbers.
Yes, yes.
And when you're in doubt or you're nervous,
Just go uneven.
17, 19, 3 and 7 is very close to each
Good
other.
advice.
You know,
Absolutely.
you should do that.
That's the odds. Yeah.
But I think Valerie in this game is a bit depending too much on the mistakes that Leonie will make
correct.
because she knows if she get an opportunity, she might take it as quickly as she can.
Absolutely.
That's why if Leonie is ahead, she needs to stay
You've got to play
ahead.
on attack, not on defense.
Yes.
And defense is a dangerous place in darts.
And I can promise you in the practice session, she would get that 18 any other day. But when you're on there, the Oki,
Absolutely.
it's a different story. You
Absolutely.
always have to negotiate the strength you will apply.
And it's immortalized on YouTube. I think that's such a beautiful thing about the ADG is having these streams because players get this experience and exposure to having it immortalized, and you can watch it back. You can analyze your throw. You can there's a lot you can do with this. We're talking about the follow through now, and it's something I want the players to look back on and listen. She did something different with her wrist there than the first time. Are you noticing that? If you want to improve,
Oh,
that's
this is
the things you
crunch
look
time.
at.
Yeah, for sure.
Valuable. I mean, at home, any player can do it. Record yourself. Look at your throw.
So in this, if you 127 left in these three dart finishes, you would immediately know what will set you apart from winning or just being in the game.
Sure.
And if you start hitting those big numbers at a crucial stage in your game, that gains confidence, gives you an edge. And I think Leonie is starting to get worried. I think she knows if she doesn't close this now and
Mm.
Val closes in on her,
She was far ahead, and now
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah,
not,
yeah.
and that's the the odds thing and the opportunity.
that's the
thing.
pressure.
She
And now
lost.
and that happens in the game.
Mm.
So
And
and
this
Val,
is 2 dots. I mean, it just like that. It's 2 dots.
from Val's experience, I think she knows now.
Mm.
You know,
Now she must go 20.
yeah, yeah. If she gets an opportunity to close, she will.
20 for
I
Bull.
was
Yeah,
was
yeah.
hoping for a different combination there, but
Absolutely. And there's a couple of things that
Yeah.
combination work is difficult, but there needs work,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
combinations. And
No,
that's
for
something you
sure.
can learn off the Oki though. So that's a beautiful way to improve your game outside of actually improving how you throw.
Yes.
Combinations. And there's lots of games on these apps these days, right? There's the
Double 40s.
Yeah, you see now.
Oh, we got a game on our hands now. We got a game on our hands. Not a big difference between the averages. I think Liane, to me, remains the favorite. There's no, the head should say this and the heart should say this. It's about who's more consistent.
It is.
And I think she's much more consistent on the scoring than what Val is.
Yeah.
But what she knows in the back of her head, if she struggles to close, Val is going to close in.
Absolutely.
Because Val doesn't play around when she gets an opportunity to close.
So back to the dartboard maths side of things. My little brother, when he was in school, he was really young and he played darts next to my father in the garage, and the dartboard was lowered and he wanted to play. But my dad's like, you need to count. So you've got to count first if you want to play. So he starts counting. And his math skill was low, and he's so good at maths. He's a matric now. And his math is one of his strongest subjects. And it was all because he played darts at a young age. And he was telling my dad, oh no, it's 54. No, you got 72 left. And my dad started saying, what? And he's standing behind him on the little board because their young minds pick up math from this because it's fun. So when it becomes fun, it becomes something you can do easily. You file it away.
Yes.
In the space of your mind, you file it away in something that's fun.
You know what? Stefan Vermaak's youngest brother has been dominating maths in his academics for the past 5 years. He's now in grade 7, I think.
What?
And he smashes the school. He smashes maths at school. And in the darts, he's like 11, 12 years old.
Sure.
And he shows that maturity in how he calculates. And you know, I've learned 2 type of sayings or 2 expressions while Devon is making the presentation to the boardwalk.
Yes.
When you mention the word maths, it's like cortisone. It is, you know, it's like cortisone to somebody.
Yeah.
And
you want to run away.
And once you learn how the dartboard maths is more about movement than memory, it results in the dopamine that counters that cortisol.
Yes.
So now, I mean, for an Afrikaans speaking boy like me, I thought, gee whiz, I must put these things on my bread, cortisone
Sure.
and dopamine.
But it's true.
Movement versus memory. But you know, maths, we used to make jokes. We said, we learn about finding X.
Yes.
X. I said, when I met Kolani, I realized, hey, I found X. He lives here in Motherwell. But yeah, maths can be fun.
Yes.
It's just 4 components.
Yeah.
Divide, multiply,
Subtract and add. It's
subtract,
perfect.
and addition. So you
No,
just have to
it's
remember
a-
this.
it's
And I think dartboard makes it fun.
Yes, no, it's
It makes
beautiful
it
to
fun.
merge those two. It's a easy marriage of 2 concepts and ideas, and I think it was a great idea,
Yes.
a great brainchild from Devon to come up with that.
Yes.
So I look forward to what that will produce, and we'll watch closely
No.
as that expands.
Everything that helps you to improve the game, everything that is
Mm.
it's educational.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's where the youth strive. Actually, is the learning and the growth and all those things. You know. So yeah, Leonie and Valerie, 2-2.
Yeah, look, they are a perfect example now of what we need in this game. This game needs to be taken to grassroots level. We can't in every sport have more men than women participating. You know, when I looked at the management staff at the boardwalk,
Sure.
3 or 4 of the 6 people at management are ladies, a woman.
Yes.
And in the end, I couldn't resist to tell them, oh, you make the rubber bullets in my backside worth it now. Because we wanted to see women taking the front seat in this wagon of liberation.
Sure.
You know, and I became so proud. And they didn't expect that because, I mean, we come a long way for women to take up their rightful place.
Sure.
And I think we that is in a position to make it happen needs to go and encourage more girls. You know, you have to plant a tree, and the best time to plant it is right now. And I think that is what.
plight. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Quebec's it's become the blueprint of the International Dart School League that Devon has launched lately, and everything that you see happening in the whole world has come from here. But you know what?
That is a very beautiful statement, and beautiful that it comes from a place like Quebec, because it is a place of growth and opportunity, because that's what it stems from, and I like that a lot. I think that's the perfect fit, and you're a very perfect ambassador in that space too.
But I was hoping that Val would hit the perfect dart now. On the double 10, I will call her Valerie Littler, because that's his favorite double.
Hey, 50% of his lifetime.
That is a bit of a risk that Val has just taken now, because if I look at the caliber of Liane, that 60 should be easier than just, with 3 darts.
2 darts missed there is going to make this double.
But Liane's scoring was good. It's just the closing that she's battling with, and maybe Val has thought, let me take this risk, because I'm left with baby shoes.
You never lose, and does it come true again? First darts, close. Second darts, so will it be the madhouse? It's the madhouse.
She played safe. 32 is it's most of the darts players' favorites.
It has
but
to be, especially as a right-hand player.
Yeah.
So I'm like Wade with a double 10. I don't know where Luke comes from.
Oh, first dart, baby. That's a perfect hit.
Do we have any left-handed lady players? Not in the ACT at the moment, no. Us lefties are very rare. We're a rare and unique breed.
Hey, my father was left-handed. I know Godfrey's left-handed, but he signs out checks with the right hand. So this is getting interesting now. So Leanne has taken the lead, 3-2 in this one.
It changes the dynamic when there's a potential to win and a potential to be knocked out. That last leg, when you could win or lose, is different in the mind.
Yeah, I think she just decided to take her time now, and just took a deep breath, and then she started releasing. Yes,
yeah, that was a very good.
I have a feeling from my experience, as you get into the game, you might forget to do that, because now you also look at what the opposition is scoring.
Sure.
And you were thinking,
oh, that's a lucky 54.
Yeah, it's a good recovery.
She needed that, because if Liane follows that 100 up with at least one more treble,
I think this was a more rushed approach than the first one.
Absolutely.
And she needs to stay within character, I would say. If the first approach worked, why change it?
Yeah.
Take that breath, get to your oki, because it's your time in the oki. Everyone that's watching and waiting for the next, they have to wait, because it's your time.
Very true statement. And I got knocked out by Grant Sampson, and he played a very sporadic pacing. And Zander was watching me, and he said afterwards, you were adapting to his pacing every time he shifted, and that's sort of what lost you that game. And he told me just before the last leg, and I started pacing correctly and started throwing a little bit better, and I realized it's my time. Yes. When I walk onto that hockey, it's my time. Yes. I don't have to play faster. I don't have to play slower. But we forget, because we get into a rhythm, and we get into our opponent's rhythm. Yeah. Very important lesson in that is everyone has a rhythm.
Yeah,
play to yours.
I mean, nobody wants to upset anyone purposefully.
It's not unnatural, yeah. It's just.
But it's you want to be on control of the game.
Sure.
And it's how do you shift that pressure all the time to do that. Yes. And I think Devin mentioned it to me once when I mentioned him my flaws. And he said to me that the main thing is the main thing. If you are confident enough to hit that trip all the time, to perform with those 3 darts, it's only about the next 3 darts.
Exactly.
And I think it's that mental fitness that we need to develop. But the rhythm of the game should be determined about how you execute when you go to the oki and return.
Yeah, I think a great learning point for anyone then is throw your 3 darts, pull them out at your pace, a decent pace, obviously. You walk around and then you wait. And if that person has walked past that hockey, you take your steps and if you walk too soon after the opponent throws, you're playing their pace.
Yeah.
So that's going to always be a guiding factor. If you want to find your pace, wait until the opponent's walked back past the hockey, then walk forward, and you'll have your pace.
Yeah. Look, I hate showmanship, and I hate it when I play against players that I discover at that point that This man also wants it's to slow walk through the dartboard.
Sure.
It's slowly removing your darts.
Sure. Yeah.
Coming behind you, and you're ready. And I think the guys at the PDC and those professionals, they offer each other that courtesy.
Yes, it is a courtesy because
Yeah.
there is no time limit to how
Yeah,
long
yeah,
you can
yeah.
take your darts out the board.
Yeah.
But you do it. I'm not saying do it slowly. I'm saying
Yeah.
find your pace
Yes.
and stick to it, whatever that is,
Yeah.
and know that that's how you play. Yeah. Yeah.
And even if your opponent increases the pace, you stick to what works for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I didn't, and I was knocked out, and that was my lesson from ACT 1. Every ACT I've been at, I've learned something about my throw, and sometimes I perform better or worse,
Yeah.
but that's how I grow.
Yeah.
I take these opportunities to grow, and I think I want to ask players out there who are listening, go attend ACTs. Go
Yes.
measure yourself.
What a good combination. What good 3
Mm.
darts execution from her. And I think that'll
Even I'd be counting now, my man. 42,
42 and
62,
80s.
122.
122 years.
Beautiful darts.
And I think that is the consistency that Leanne has shown, because she was good at the scoring, and
Mm.
whenever she struggles at closing, Valerie knew
Mm.
she's going to be sharp on that.
Lene's been ahead. On
She
the
just has to
double.
get it over the line, and she's
Correct.
composed. She takes her time,
Ooh,
quick
and a double six
release.
is a nice straight line.
Yes. But I think she's in a rush to close the game,
I
because
would-
to get over the line can sometimes. I was leading 7-4 in many occasions and lose the game at 8-7,
Sure.
because that anxiety that
Mm.
creates just this one dart and boom, it's a victory, and
Now it's bust or
you
throw.
see yourself on this plane going to the World Cup, and then boom.
She's deciding here whether she should go for it or bust.
Yeah, that was a good decision actually.
It was because the 6
Yeah.
is so clean for her style.
Yeah,
Mm.
and she needs to go to the hockey much more composed.
But if you watch that
Um,
back, you'll see the strife on her face.
Yeah.
Internally arguing with
Yeah.
herself, should I
Yeah.
do this, shouldn't I do this? Because
Yeah.
if Valerie closed the 135
Yeah.
now, whew.
Which doesn't look
No.
that possible. She can come very close with this. But Leanne knows in the back of her mind, if she misses now, the opportunity that Valerie will do this is much greater. I think she's too quick in the release
That was a quick
after
release.
she gained
Closer.
the composure. And she just needed to control that anxiety.
Mm.
I
Now
didn't
it's
want to
nerve-wracking.
predict she's going to miss, but I could get that feeling. But Val knows how sharp she can be on any of those doubles.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Now she's got to correct the 31. Which route will she take?
Yeah. When I'm under pressure, I know 19-3 or 17.
It's a safe bet.
It's a safe place to go, especially when you're nervous. With us, it's a different situation. You
Mm.
practice that,
Sure.
but you can't practice what's happening inside of you.
You can't.
That's why
You do it, yeah.
it's better to go. It's better to go safe. Yeah. It's better
Yeah.
to go safe.
So now, straight at the double
6.
three.
She now thinking. I hope she doesn't think of 2. Oh, she's got it, and
she's
that's
won.
it. We got a
Renee,
champion.
Congratulations. Yes, that double
Oh.
three was very near perfect.
Yeah.
To have the
Le-
doubt in the previous round and then pull it off like this
Yes.
now, outstanding.
And I think to get her over the line to do that,
Mm.
she had 6 darts before to get
Sure.
that composure, to get that practice, but to give Valerie a chance to go
Mm.
at the double was very risky.
Risky, and she
Very-
really toiled over that one.
Yeah, but Aaron, we have a champion, and once again, Leanne seems to be dominating.
Yeah.
Well, the standard at which they play, I'm a bit worried
Mm.
that it is low
Mm.
in comparison with the rest of the world. But there's a few women that sets the bar very high at the moment.
Absolutely.
But still, you know what? And we were talking about what we need to do to develop that strength, to get our players where they're supposed to be. And playing first, I took players to Gibraltar. This is and I realized it's a level to the world. There's always halves and halves. But the standard of the game will not change because we are from South Africa. The players are set is the standard of the game. Absolutely. And Malone, one convinces today, I am what is the standard of the game. Much more time.
Yeah, we're just happy to crown Lena as the victor, and we'll see you soon in the men's final.
Thanks everyone. And
We have the final. We are so excited for this final. It is Devin Peterson and Stephen Mark. I'm joined here. The camera process. We've got this aside. This is the semi-final. So we're just going to share this commentary between the three of us. And it's game on. Devin Peterson. Cool.
Oh, thanks, Ty. I think this is going to be an amazing final. As we know, the caliber of Devin Peterson. It's great to see that Stefan Vermaak is into great form. I think this is good for him. Playing in his home venue as well, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some exciting stuff here. Like we said, we got a guest speaker here, the guy who's always been doing this, but I took his spot over this weekend. Sander, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, man. Really think this is going to be like an exciting match. It's basically one of the youngsters that played in the World Champs. It was probably the youngest one that played in the World Champs with Devin the first time, and it's almost iconic that he's playing against Devin in the finals. It's some different faces. You don't see that quite often, but I do think this is going to be a good one.
It is, and I'm excited to see if Stefan Vermaak's form from those semi-final games that was so phenomenal continues to shine through in this game. And as you can see from that first start in that triple, that's what he was doing in that semi-final. His grouping so good, his line is so good, and I'm excited to see how this plays out. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah. I think an exciting thing is also talking about what Devin did in the Modi series. Like, is an opinion about from myself, but what he did in the past, he kind of fell back a tiny bit, and I watched him in the Modus and he did really well. And I must say, I thought like Devin's back. Devin is coming back and he's coming strong, and even with this first game you can see it.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Devin coming back into the fold with some great form, and if you can look in this game with this first leg, I mean, it's a solid start for Devin Peterson, really showcasing his talent, and he's on a potential 16 dart here, and he takes it out with the first dart, so that's a great start for him. It's a good confidence booster, and I'm telling you, if he keeps up this form, Stefan really got to put some work in here.
Yeah, I think that was the semi-finals was a good start for both of these, a good trial by fire, and this final is that fire that's going to culminate into something great. And both players showcasing it off the bat that they're going to do well. It's going to be an exciting final. The crowd is excited.
If I may add, I mean, if I go back to the quarterfinal match, Sander, you lost in a 6-5 tie to Stefan Vermaak. Can you just tell us about that match? It's last league decider. What happened there?
It was a really, really fun match, I must say. It was a great match. It was I think it was a 83 against the 81 average, and it just felt good. We were both hitting the numbers. We both sliced on certain parts where we shouldn't have, but it was a really exciting match to play in it. And even for myself, felt like I was throwing well, and I was watching Stefan throwing the darts that he should be throwing now, and hopefully he will.
And how does that make you feel? I mean, Stefan's come back. He didn't play him much last year, but he's come back on such form. Do you feel that form's returned with force? How did it feel playing him in terms of his caliber and his skill?
I feel like at some point everybody takes a break. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. You never know exactly how it will affect you, but a break sometimes brings back a player more stronger than previously. It's a thing that it's mostly a gamble. You never know if the break's going to do you good. But I mean, at this stage, Stefan took a break, he's coming back, and he's in the finals of this ACT. So it might have been a good thing from his side.
Yeah, I think fair to say we can call ourselves semi-professional dart players here in Africa, and I think that a break sometimes does do us good. Because we're so constantly focusing on our form as well, and sometimes that previous tournament or just one match against some player can basically be the torment of our game as well. And I think with Stefan's coming into this tournament with a lot of excitement. He has nothing to lose, although we're seeing a different player compared to what he has produced in the quarters and the semi-final. Devin producing the goods here, and hopefully we can see Stefan turn up sooner.
He's got to have to. You see, at this point where Devon's leading 2-0, at some point he might just need to get that first leg on the board. Otherwise, he might feel like he's too far behind falling back,
Yeah,
and then it's too late to climb back into the game.
and I think with Devon winning the ball, yeah, I think it's a solid start for him. I mean, 2-0 to the good, and I feel that if he keeps this momentum going and Stefan does not turn up, it's just going to put the pressure on Stefan early in this match.
Yeah, Stefan's got a little bit of a journey to go here, and Devon Peterson isn't the kind of player you want to be leading you 2-0. So while he's, you say he's got nothing to lose, I think that prize money, it means a lot and he's got a youngster, and the prize money will go to good use in that space, as well as the space to go play other tours in Africa. There's Kenya, there's Botswana, there's Namibia. There's a lot of tours out there, and it costs money to go, and that's, father's got to determine how he spends his money, and I think this will be I think he wants this, and I think it means a lot, not just for his professional career, but financially it means a lot. And when have we ever as darts players been able to say that? And I'm so excited that that's the opportunity we have here too in these events.
I must add, I think it already means a lot to him, because for somebody that climbs back into the game to reach the finals, I think he's going to play a lot of the ACTs. I hope so, but I think it might be like a thing coming back into it, like, I'm good enough, I can play all these, I can get to the finals. It's always a thing between the players, like, if you're good enough to get there or play to a certain standard where you're good enough to play in the finals, and he's just showing himself that he is able to get there
with the stunning 140, just to showcase on Devon Peterson's throw. And he needs to break the throw here, because like we said, he's 2-0 behind. Devon not giving him any space to breathe, with stunning 180, and this is the kind of fight we expected in this final, and I'm glad we're getting it.
He needs to set this up quite well, put some pressure back on Devon. He needs a treble 20 at least.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was awesome 180 there from Devon, giving himself a 2-dot checkout, 2 dots in hand on tops.
Oh, on the wire.
Yeah, he just misses it out there. But I mean, Stefan has an opportunity to bring himself back into the match on a 46.
And these were both potential 15 darters, and that was in
Yeah, he hits it.
Great darts.
And I think the importance of that leg was just for Stefan to realize that, look, I needed that leg just to stay in this game. He has
it was a breaker leg. It was more important.
Yeah, so he has the throw now to level the match. And hopefully we can see that form that we've seen of Stefan in the semi-final really pitch up here, and hopefully even better. I mean, we might even see a much better contest compared to all the other matches.
It's really turning out to be that kind of match, and Devon adds a bit of extra spark to these kinds of things. Having him in a final is really exciting as well. It's all in all good. The crowd is good. It's lacquer. This venue's nice at the hotel here. It's really nice at the Sun International at the boardwalk. I must give props again to the venue. It really, really is a nice venue. It's quite spacious. For those who don't know, like, darts is normally quite compact because of the space required to play the sport. So to have all the space between the boards, it makes the air more open. It's just a nice environment, and I think that's been a credit to the people who have planned this one.
It is quite nice, planned out. Everything here, the bar, the place where you can go outside and smoke and get some fresh air and all that. It is. I think it's probably the nicest place we have had an ACT. But back to the game, like I said, this is in my opinion, this is like an iconic game. It's one of the youngsters into the game at the moment. Not into the game. He is well known. Stefan Vermaak is like a very known player from years and years, and Devon as well.
100%.
Oof. It would be nice to see a big fish in the event.
Yeah, I think everybody's still also hoping for that first 9 dart.
Yeah.
I think the closest we've seen was Charles Lasper.
Against me, I
Oh,
know.
was it against you?
I know. Beautifully closed there
And
by
Devon breaking the Stefan Vermaak throw there, taking a 3-1 lead. So this puts Devon comfortably in the driving seat of this match in the race to 8. And I'm pretty sure with the way Devon's playing right now, Stefan is probably thinking that, look,
he needs to step up.
100%, because if he doesn't, Devon's just going to keep bouncing, and he's just going to put more pressure on himself, and he's just going to basically trail in the entire game.
But it's also all the pressure on Stefan at the moment, I think, because every time he throws something at Devon has a response for that. He needs to be able to back-to-back. It needs to be high scorings back-to-back. Otherwise, it's just going to fall behind. He needs to start fighting harder.
But we're talking about Devin Peterson here. And I think we
Exactly,
undervalue
yeah.
that he's now playing in this final probably more comfortable than he ever does, because this pressure is only the start of the pressure he probably feels that side. So this is only the start of him feeling warm. Playing the other games is difficult when it's actually these, I don't want to say sub games, but it's not on stage, it's not a lot on the line. There's a lot more on the line now.
I mean, we as players see Devin all the time, but we sometimes forget that this is an international player playing world championships, overseas professional
Yes.
matches, all those things for years and years, and he's done everything in South Africa. So, like I said, he feels comfortable what he's doing at the moment. There's nothing new to him.
Yeah, so all the weight is on Stefan then in terms of proving something, I suppose. Even though I think he already has proved something. I think everyone here knows it. Everyone here, myself included, my prediction was that he'd lose the semi-finals, and I was super happy that he didn't, because he made me a believer. And I think that's, again, I'll reiterate that. And this game is looking to be a stunner of a game, and he's making me believe. Look at that first start. It's so beautiful. It's a pleasure to watch.
And I also feel if you look at the final that we have here, I would say that both players has nothing to lose. I mean, you got Devin Peterson playing here. He's all about the players as well. And although a lot of people depict him to be more about himself, he's more focused on the other players' growth as well. And I mean, this is like Stefan's base. I would say this is Stefan's comeback tournament.
Yeah.
If you ask me, did he expect to be in the final?
I don't think so.
You understand? So under the cosh, I mean, you have players like obviously like Johan that's in great form. A lot of people predicted me to go to the final as well. I mean, even you guys as well. And I could be wrong in that sense, but I would say big ups to Stefan for reaching the final. And I think it's it's a cherry on the cake for him to make the final in his home city. And I really think that this is a great start for his 2025 season.
I always think it's more of like a special feeling when you reach the finals or you get to a certain point in your own town. It's like you got home field advantage.
Sure.
You actually don't, but it's got that feeling to it.
But Stefan broke the throw now in this last match again, so we had 2 breaker throws. It's more of a fight than the other games have been, and it's Stefan's game to hold at the moment. But those 2 breaker throws are important at showcasing the fight in them to sort of try and take this match. And one tries to take it, the other one tries to take it back. So this is going to be both of them on the offensive, in the semi-finals, the last one felt defensive, where this one feels offensive because it's a more energetic one.
I agree, and I must add, like when you look at the start of this match, it started off quite slow, and it was almost like they're feeling out the match before they start hitting. And I mean, you could like you're seeing on the screen now, it's they starting to fight and hit back all the way. Like Stefan just throwing 140, David hitting 100 back to back.
But throwing a 140 to leave a 170. Now this
Great
game is
setup.
going into the big fish territory, and it wasn't.
Yeah, you can see the standard of Stefan is starting to pick up here, and you can see he's kind of shy, just surpassing Devin in the averages, and you can see that that in the beginning stages, he was lagging behind, and he's starting to find his momentum. And what a great first dart on the 74 checkout. And he just misses out there, but nothing to stress about with Devin back on 181. So Stefan can comfortably come back to pin at 32 to level the match at 3 apiece, and hoping to at least break the Devin Peterson throw for him to gain a solid lead again.
But going back to the semi-finals, even though you think you're ahead of Devin, you're actually never ahead of Devin. At this stage, you're actually never ahead of anybody, because it's just 2 great chucks and you're back in the game. Like Devin has got 1 dot of the ball. He's got the ball left to get the 2 head start. Just gets on the wire of the 25.
Yeah, that was a good attempt there on the bullseye, but here Stefan has a great opportunity. 3 darts at 88, and you feel this is important. Yeah, and he gets it. He gets it. I mean, you wouldn't want to go 4-2 down against Devin Peterson, and I think, like I said, it was an important leg just to level up the match, and we squared. It's like we're literally starting all over, like when the match started.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen that all throughout the semi-finals. We didn't see anyone go 3 ahead. It was always 2, and then breakbacks, and then even outs, and so this is just indicating more of how competitive that top echelon is, and that it's close games, which is exciting for us. We love it. We love to see it.
The one thing I might add, if you watch Stefan's game, he looks so calm, like he's just flowing. There's no strain on the dart. I mean, he's just picking up the dart and flowing, and as you can see, and it just shows his comfortability. Like, this is a player who's coming out here after a very long time. He's got nothing to lose. He's proven himself. We know what he's capable of, and like I said, I mean, I feel whether he wins or lose this match, I feel this is a big win for him alone, especially to kickstart his year off. So yeah, I would say job well to Stefan, but we all know we're going to expect more from Devin Peterson. Oh, and unlucky there. We all know we're going to expect more from Devin. We're hoping to see Devin turn up, but like you say, Zander, you know, we can never write this big man off because he's always going to come creeping up in the end.
Sure, and I just want to showcase something here. Look at Stefan Vermaak's throw. He grips quite far in the front, and he squeezes, and then he throws from the front of the dart. Devin squeezes at the back and throws from the back of the dart. So you've got 2 totally different styles there. You see in that back grip pushes from the shaft. So it's interesting to see how the 2 formations of throw, how different they are. But I really like Stefan's throw for that front grip. It's quite something you don't see as often, or I don't see it as often. I don't know. Your grip you grip it deep into your hand. Where do you push from?
I think I got a similar grip. I think it's also towards the back. It's kind of like a little bit of a pinch. I think it's kind of similar. Like if you look at how Devin holds his dart, I think I got a more, like I say, a pinch further back type thing. I like to call it a slingshot effect, if I might put it to you that way. But yeah, that just works for me.
Sure, and showcasing how different a throw can be. Don't do what's natural. Yeah. And
what a close from Stefan to put. And if you look at it, he broke the Devin Peterson throw with a 90 checkout on the ball. I mean, I can tell you now, that's confidence. He's riding with confidence.
That was the best outcome for him at this moment because he's got the throw. He broke Devin's throw.
And that's exactly what he needed in this match because he's been trailing this entire match. And now he's found that leg. I mean, look, he's coming back with a simple time, riding with confidence. He knows what he needs to do now just to maintain this lead.
He just needs to do what he's doing at the moment. He just needs to chuck on, keep the head start basically, and just push forward.
Another thing I want to mention is if you can see that Devin, as we know that Devin is sponsored by Kondo, right?
Exactly.
So Devin is playing with a new Kondo X123 shaped flight. So we are lucky to have Ty sitting with us. And Ty, you yourself play with that flight as well. What is the difference? Like, how does that benefit you? And what made you decide to make that change?
Sure. So I went to a local store that was selling the flights, and they gave me the opportunity to throw with them and practice with them before I bought them. And the store clerk was telling me there's a different flight path through them and how they fly a little bit faster, so they fly a little bit higher into the board. Obviously, as a player, you think, yeah, sure, okay, is this really how it is? And I started throwing, and it did feel like it had a little bit more lift to it. I don't know what the design does to make that happen. But I threw a couple of chucks, and I said, okay, this feels good. I'm at an ACT event. Maybe I should try it in my first game. Crazy. No one, please don't ever do that. But I played with it, and I played quite well. But the way they bounce off, it's different. It's got a unique feel, and it feels a little bit bigger. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I think if something makes you feel comfortable, I like something new, something edgy. I like feeling like it's different. For me, it's a aesthetic change that makes a difference for me. But I throw well with him. So I've thrown a 90 average with him against you. So I feel like it's okay.
Awesome stuff. Great to hear the feedback. I mean, there's so much transitions in terms of how the equipment has changed from the barrels to flighting systems, the manufacturers of darts, and you know, especially this new equipment. I mean, you got so much brands out there.
20.
Oh, and what a checkout from Stefan Vermaak. 160. That's exactly what he needed. Because now he held throw and he's taking a 2-leg lead against Devin Peterson.
He's 3 legs away if he wins the further 3 on.
100%. I'm going to say this match is far from over. I mean, we all know what Devin can cough up. But if you look at the last 3 legs, Stefan was just a comfortable player. He was in the
is.
driving seat of this match. And we kind of seen Devon faded a bit because based on the averages, he's not where and we know he can be where he wants to be. But like I've mentioned before, if you see the comfortability of Stefan, he's enjoying every minute of this. But
And
let's
again, I'm loving it that this is the first one that
Yeah.
he's back and he is doing this.
yeah, I mean I called one semi-final. Ty, yeah, the curse of Ty. You're gonna have it on.
Ty, who's gonna win?
No comment.
I think the way this game is going, again, I'm going to go with my prediction. I'm not going to go with the winner, but I'm at least going to go with the 8-6 score here.
Yeah, I think a 8-6 score would. I think that would be fine. I think that's also going to be the ending. You never know. Devon should be able to fight this back quick. It's only the thing is, once Devon is starting to fight back, how will Stefan react? It's always going to be that first one fighting back, and then do you still feel the pressure, or do you just relax and keep on going the way you do? Because even though
yeah.
you think it might be the best option, you never know what you might do.
15, 13 darters, they can come at any point. And if they start coming, that's a difficult thing to stave off.
And everybody here is at the caliber to throw 15s, 12s consistently.
Absolutely, and that's what this final is sort of hinging on here, or what Devon needs to sort of do to turn this around. Those sub-15 games, if they come, it's in the bag. Unless Stefan turns it on, holds his throw, that's the sort of trick that he has to play here, because then he needs to throw only an 18 to win, or only a 15 to win. If you have to throw a 12 to win, that's a whole other kettle of fish. That
then
160
again-
out was a beautiful thing,
Yes.
Yeah, looking at the context of the match, I think Devon's previous try came back with a 114, which he needed on the 304 because Stefan now on a 42 and what a wayward dart. A complete mess of that opportunity to take a 6-3 lead.
And he will think back on this.
100%. I mean, if Devon takes out this 104, I mean, he's back within one leg, and I'm sure he's going to have Stefan thinking that he had an opportunity to take a 3-leg lead. He needs the bull.
Ooh,
Bullseye
nice.
from Devon
Nice
Peterson.
there.
He knew we were watching, eh?
And this is exactly.
Yeah,
what
I
I'm talking
think that was vital to keep himself into the match.
You see, this is where it actually becomes reality when I'm talking out of Stefan's eye point at this stage, but making that mistake and then Devon fighting back, and how will he react on that point?
I also feel in this stage of the game, with the position that Stefan is in, I do feel that I would say there's nothing to worry about because you have that one leg grace. It is your throw, but at the back of your mind, you have to tell yourself that if you're going to lose this opportunity, you're basically second place in this race to 8 because then Devon will have the throw when the match is level.
Exactly.
So again, this just shows the importance of this particular leg in this game because this could potentially be the game changer.
I mean, if Devon wins this next leg, that will change the way Stefan thinks. If he doesn't keep his composure throughout this match, but he's fighting hard
He's
and
fighting
he's fighting
hard.
well.
He's got good composure, I must say. The composure is what impressed me the most. Devon's going to have to figure this one out quickly, and he's fighting with himself a little bit, but he'll fix it quickly. He has to.
And I mean, from the start of this match up until now, you haven't seen Stefan flinched anything. So everything that he's doing right now, he's comfortable. We're seeing Devon struggling a bit, but once Devon pull out those guns, then it's a different ball game.
He really started pulling out those guns with the last close. I mean, that was very impressive, and it's impressive that punish, like you say, because it didn't have to, but he did have to. So
As you can see, he's just giving himself a little bit of a pep talk, just trying to find his range. We can see that he is struggling a bit, but I'm sure with his experience, he's going to find ways to get over the hurdle. But if you look at Stefan, just flowing like
The
simple
grouping,
darts.
grouping.
At this point in the game, that's all he needs. He's going to have get Devon thinking. You feel Devon at least needed two treble visit, although we'll put him on a checkout comfortably. Stefan, 6 darts on a 97 to give himself a 6-4 lead.
Again, and he can do it with 21 darts. If he doesn't do it, he's got 18, and that's what you can't give someone in a final like this. You can't give them 21 darts.
I love the way that Stefan went for that on the 97. He got the single 19 and went for the double 19, double 20. Like, he feels comfortable in doing what he's doing. Like, I won't say there's no pressure, but he feels comfortable in throwing odd numbers like that.
And I think this 40 is going to go because he's comfortable.
Great.
It was a holder throw. I think Devon used the last round probably to figure something out, and he must now come out guns blazing in this next leg. This is his chance to hold, show strength, and then take a next leg.
Yeah, I think that was a great leg there for Stefan to take, because now it puts Devon Peterson on the back foot. As we can see, he's not playing the game that he wants to play, and we can see a little bit of struggling on his end. And Stefan's just looking cool, calm, and collective, just going about his thing, and he's not showing any signs of emotion as well, which is good, because we're seeing it from one side, and the other side is like just strutting his stuff, going through the motion. And I feel if Stefan do keep this up, he could potentially bag the win. But I feel like you see the 140 from Devon Peterson, once you start pulling numbers like that. There's the reply from Stefan. So at this point you can see nothing is phasing him in this game, because you can see that's comfortability, that's confidence. So just based on his flow, his confidence, you could see he's constantly putting the pressure now on Devon.
Stefan just needs to follow through. He needs to follow the 180 with a big score. I think that's when you put the pressure on your opponents. Like that, when he hits only a single 60, it's still pressure, but it's not that much pressure on their opponent. Devon unluckily getting that 5 with a second dart and not leaving a closable.
I think if Devon gets to the calm space now, he'll start doing really, really well. He's trying hard to claw this back because he knows he needs to. But if you pull, I think if you just calm, but it's hard to say. Some players need that fire and they need that energy, and he likes to.
Like I'm a person that I need to be like, I wouldn't say hate my opponent, but like, I really don't. I just
energy.
Don't want to lose to my opponent. That's what drives me.
Sure.
So you never know. For Stefan, I think he's a very calm, collective person. Like I think he's in that state where he just needs to be always calm to be able to win the game.
You know him well. Does he ever been sort of an angry on the hockey kind of guy? Has he ever done it? Never.
Not at all. We've been playing for. I've known him for around 14 years, I think.
Yeah, he's been a while. He's been around quite some time.
He looks 14, but he's not 14.
And he has an opportunity for Devon double 16, and he misses out. Look, I think Stefan's always been that quiet lad, just in the back end, going about his business. And double 15. You don't see that every day, eh? On a 33.
He didn't plan that out, I can tell you that.
And what an opportunity for Stefan for Mark. And if I look at it, I think he's broken the throw here. So he has the darts to throw for the match, because he got a comfortable 7-4 lead.
And Devon needs to win 4 legs back to back to be able to bring this back. And even though that sounds easy, trust me, it's not. Especially when Stefan is throwing like this.
And I think we've all been in situations like this. I think when we know our opponent is one leg away, the one thing we do rely on as players is our instinct and our ability just to, pull out that last bit that we have. And as you can see, Devon starting off with 60, and if he wants that treble so badly, and he's just hoping that he's gonna pump it every single time.
But even though if you are at the back of the game where you're having a 4-7 at the back, it's hard on your opponent when Stefan knows he only needs one more leg. So in his mind he thinks one more leg and he will be able to win this. And that's the perfect time for Devon to retaliate.
We've discussed that a lot. At length about that last point, you see it on TV, you see it everywhere. But Stefan's been calm through all of this. He's really, really showing with another 100 there, just showing that it's okay. It's okay. I like his throw so much, I'm going to go try this at home. I think that's cool. Maybe we're just trying to fix everything all the time, but that's some players choose to grow in different ways, and it's inspiring. Again, I use that word with him a few times today. It's inspiring.
And I think with both players after 9, he's 2-3-5 versus his 2-8-1. You can see he's in the lead in this league, but with him not leaving himself in a close, Devon really needs to make use of this opportunity, and he hits a 60 with his second dart. getting coming back with a
perfect.
140. So that's exactly what he needs, because although Stefan has the opportunity to set up a 175, he at least feels that whatever Stefan throws, he knows he's going to have to check out this 141.
I think that played a role in that first start there.
I think it hits in. I think Stefan thought about it, because when he had the 235 left, he should have went for the 35 with the last start. It always feels like, even though you're not able to close a number, when you leave a closable number, your opponent knows that you're on a closable number. And
Absolutely.
I think that's what hit Stefan at this point.
So yeah, it's Devon's game to win this one. Nice 1-2 combination on the trip 20.
Stefan putting some pressure on.
Double 60. He's got 2 darts on this double.
He needs
Marker
to close this
moves on the
to
Aki.
stay in the game.
Oh,
Goes on the inside.
Yeah,
Stefan-
just a bit unlucky there from Devin Peterson, and what a great opportunity for Stefan to bag a win. Ooh.
That's a bit of a dart on the outside. That was not expected, I must add.
An opportunity for Devin to keep himself in the match. Double 2, not the easiest, eh? All the way down at the bottom, and now the
The
madhouse,
madhouse.
and he just missed him. I think it's fair to say that this is Stefan's opportunity to
Yes.
bag this match and take it home, and
3
you know,
darts, a double 8
and be
to win
crowned
this
the
match.
first champion for 2025.
and it missed on the inside. That was nerve-wracking. The whole room
That's-
went quiet.
This is when we see that Stefan's been playing so comfortably, but he knows he only
That's
needs
a Devon.
one. He only needs that one leg to be the champion.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like there's always the difference, right? So I always say anybody can make finals, but not anybody can win titles, because that finish line is so hard. You can't help but think about it. I've experienced that in my game against when I played Carl Gabriel. I led him 5-3 and I had 6 match starts, but I couldn't help get over the line because I think I was too focused on the win. But I'm not going to take his performance away from that, but it just happens. I mean, we're human beings. We can't help but think, oh, there's one more leg, or just hit this double, then I'm done. Then if you don't hit it and they come back at you, then you're like, oh, I have to do this all over again.
And there's an adrenaline dump that happens when you get that feeling of that I'm going to hit a winning dart, and then you have to play another leg, and
that-
maybe another leg, and then you're on the back foot.
100%. I was just about to say, it put you on the back foot, and it just changed the whole perception of what you have planned in this whole entire game. It can mess your rhythm up. I mean, Stefan, knowing he had the potential to bag this match, to win the title, that could be the demise of him in this game. That could give Devon the, okay, cool, I got over the game, let's keep pushing. And you can see exactly. But Stefan is still staying in it.
Yeah, and it's going to be, this is going to be the interesting part to commentate now, the next leg or two, because Devon should, hold his throw here. Stefan then needs to hold that throw.
And Devon needs to put all the pressure back on Stefan.
And he's going to do that, because
He
he's
is.
definitely got experience in this
And
space.
Stefan's feeling it, because if you look back at his throws, all of
Good last
his
dart.
throws, the first dart was treble 20, and it's slipping down now to a 5 or 1 or a single 20, and Devon is just hitting.
So Devon sets up.
I think it was a smart move there, using the 25 element on the last dart to at least leave himself 56, because it gives him a 2-dart checkout. With Stefan back at 204, but this is an opportunity for Devon to close the 2-leg gap.
And get the throw.
100%. No, I think he's against the throw in the next leg. But I feel in this situation of the game, although Devon wins the leg, Stefan shouldn't worry, because he has the darts in the next leg to win the match.
Yeah, but I mean, that's more pressure on him in the next leg. It's like he already gave away 1 leg, not taking the match, and it's now 2 legs. And if I won't say it's gonna happen, if Devon wins the next leg, all that pressure is gonna be back on Stefan.
100%.
Devon will also be starting the last leg.
100%. Because he won the ball in this match, Stefan knows he has to go out in this game. This is going to be the match that's going to determine his title. Because it's like you said, Zander, if he does not win this leg, he knows Devon is at an advantage. So
Yeah.
this could be a nervy. I called 8-6. Let's see what happens.
Caster cursing, yeah. But look, last start, Devon hit a triple. Last start, Stefan hit a triple. Now, the first two darts are a little bit nervy, and then they're hitting it with that last one because they know they have to. So this is the theme of this leg.
I think all the pressure is going to be on the if the first person that throws a 2 treble throw
It's not
on
answered.
the other person. Stefan might do it here, and he does
so
it with
yes,
a 140.
yes, the answer required.
Now we'll see what Devon does. And you see that pressure with that first dart.
I feel that that's a brilliant loss was there from Stefan, that 140, because that gives him a massive lead in this league. And I feel here he just needs at least one treble to give him a comfortable lead. And unfortunately, he only needs a 60, but it gives him a 161 check.
It's still a closable
You
number.
do feel if Devon do want to fancy himself, he at least need a 140 minimum. But a great start, and he's going to go for the ball here. He has to go for the ball.
To leave a closable number.
And he hits it. I mean, that's at least what you need, because
Stefan has taken out 160. Will he take on 161 to win this match?
Just wayward a bit.
He needs to set this up.
Oh,
Does not.
that is exactly what David Peterson wants.
Yeah.
Because that is going to give him that gap that he needs, because 131 is a tall order. It's not an easy checkout. So if he knows he throw a decent score, which he did not, unfortunately, he knows there's comfortability.
Indeed, he's going to only set up now and hope that Devon doesn't close a 104. And 104 is not the hardest.
Yeah,
out
but I
of
mean,
the time pluses.
And I mean, 104 with the opponent on 32, it's a lot to think about. And he just missed out. But can
Match
Stefan Vermaak seal it?
Watch that outer ring, Stefan.
3 darts to win
I'm
the
glad he's
first
taking his
ACT
time.
of 2025.
More match starts incoming, and he takes his aim. 24, double 6.
1 dart.
And
Stefan is the champion of 2025, the first ACT here in Kaberga. Sitting here with me, Cameron Carolison and Tyrone Shackleton.
Yeah, I think it's great stuff. If I make mention again, I call the 8-6 Ty. Can you see my 8-6 score prediction over there?
I can see it, indeed.
Thank you, Ty.
You
But
are
look,
a guru, bro.
I think that was an awesome match. Like I said again, I do feel for Stefan Vermaak. I just want to say job well done to him, because it's his home venue. You know, he's taken a break from the ADG, came back. I think he's reliving the years of the first ACT in Johannesburg, I think 2 years ago. And yeah, he started off his 2025 season on a high note. So job well done to him. I'd say job well done to Devin Peterson as well. His first ACT final.
Also, all right, so we can at least hold it far enough. Tell me when. Can I start? All right. Hello everyone, I'm joined here with Stefan van Mark, the winner of ACT1 at Gqeberha, and we have had a great tournament here in PE. It's been phenomenal, it's been here. Stefan played Devin Peterson and it was a very tense final. I must ask you, how did it feel hitting that winning double? How did it feel missing a winning double? That's a few match starts. How do you feel after winning and how did those doubles feel?
Yeah, man, so firstly I'm glad to get away with the win, but like I think it was 7-4. I had a chance on the double. I hit like it wasn't even close. But yeah, after that the nerves were starting to kicking in, and it was just yeah, it was.
It was a good game, yeah, and you look, you did it here in your hometown. It must be a great feeling to do in front of the fans. There's a lot of people watching you, cheering you, supporting for you. Why did this win mean so much to you? I know you've been away from the sport for a little bit. I mean, you have a family and things have been going on. So winning in your home crowd, doing it here in Gqeberha, how does it feel? How do you feel about that? Give us your insights.
Yeah, so for me, it's like most of the people know I've been quiet for a year, 2 years probably, struggling, and yeah, so for me to get this win over Devon, who's like a mentor to us, it's big, yeah, I'm very happy.
Very happy. Yeah. And what are you going to do to celebrate? What is your victory dance? Is it, do you sleep and then tomorrow, have you given any thought of how you feel and how you're going to celebrate this?
Yeah, I'll go home, I'll eat, I'll put the kids into bed, and then I'll prep for tomorrow because it's the Youth Worlds qualifier, so yeah. No celebrating for me.
No celebrating until the Youth World Qualifier is under the way. So you've got more work to be done, and that's the true mark of a champion. It never stops. What do you think about the Youth Qualifier champions and your competitors tomorrow? Who are you looking out for? What is your feeling on tomorrow and the competition that's here?
Yeah, like I said, I'm struggling at the moment, so I'm not gonna say I feel confident or something. I'm just gonna go there, do my best, and not really looking out for anyone. Yeah, I'm just there to do my best and try and get the winner under the belt.
I think that's solid advice then for anyone. If you don't focus too hard on the complexities, keep it simple. You're here to win, and thank you again. It's been a great event, and it's been great to be here with ADG. And yeah, thank you to everyone at the crowd and everyone that was here. It was a beautiful venue, a beautiful event. Good luck with tomorrow's tournament. We're excited. It was very exciting to watch. I hope you go watch back we commentated and watch back the game and see what we said. There were some notes there that we made, but it was very, very nice. We're all happy here, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.